uzņēmējdarbībā, kā darba devēji, un arī valsts ekonomika un tautsaimniecību no tā cieši, un par to būs šīs dienas teiktu, varbūt pats svarīgākais notikums, šis ir pētījums.
So today's conference will be related to various topics, and thank you very much to Swedbank and TV Group and Skrivanek and other organizations. And we can also watch online, and we can see it on TVNet. And the event is organized in 2 languages. Those who wish can listen Latvian, and those who wish can listen in English. Also, one conversation will be in English. And also, thank you very much that we have interpreters who will interpret everything.
Esiet aktīvi, droši uzdodiet kāds jautājums, jo man ļoti patīk, visi ir braina atmosfēra, visi ir tā viegli un forši. Mēs esam pirmo reizi vadu forumu, kurā starpbrīžos ir nevis tikai kafijas, bet arī diskutēja. Pārā disku vilnā dārzā, droši pauzēs var fotogrāfēties un fotosiem. Diskutēt, jo brīnišķīga mūzikas izlase. Mēs no rīta skanējos Maizgals un Dāmas labs, tā kā tiem, kas vēl nav atnākuši, skatās tiešādiem savu iespēju, mēs esam brīvi vienkārši politikas forums, gan iedvesmas stāstiem, gan sarunām, gan arī uz man vienādu pētījumu par to, kāda ir šī neiecietības patiesā cena. Vēlos aicināt cilvēkus uz skatus, kurš iedvesmos ļoti daudz, arī mani, publiski runāt par dažādiem par iecietību un neiecietību. Paldies! Un šis cilvēks tikko aizskrēja. Man liekas, es redzēju, viņš šorīt jau bija.
Okay, so I have received a lot of emails, and Kaspars Zālītis now will speak. He is the coordinator of the Latvian Charter of Diversity, but I would like not only to stop with this title, because he has done a lot during last 20 years, so that we can so meaningfully talk about various topics. So please, the floor goes to Kaspars Zālītis. Hello. I will try to be as short as possible. In all events, I try to be very short because mainly we want to have our speakers and our guests in the center of attention. And just in a couple of words, I'm saying the same. a little bit more than 10 years ago, when we spoke about management of diversity, people looked at us as weirdos, that it's in the US, it is not binding for us. But now people are watching us, and this is available here. And the most important is also to see the scope of supporters, because some time ago we were only supported by some embassies, by the European Commission, but now it's already been the second year that the mayor of Riga is present here, which is a great achievement. And also the state institution is supporting us for the first time. So it means that something positive is happening here. And I would like to say thank you very much for being here. And thank you to all my team, and let us have happy Pride. Riga Pride is supported this week by Riga City. And I was thinking how to introduce the mayor of Riga. And I would like to introduce him as a modern Christian. Martin Staķis is a Christian, but he supports all these events. Please, Martin. Good day, friends. This place for me associates with diversity. And yesterday I was also here. I was wearing a national costume, and we started celebration of Midsummer. And as diversity is today's topic, then to being aware of diversity in Riga, it means a growth for all of us. And not only growth, but also growing and expanding. And Riga has always been a multicultural city. We've always had people with various languages and experiences. And it is very smart to use this experience, not only from the point of business, but also from the point of view of city management and leadership. And this experience has been changing all the time, and we are adding new experience. Every day we accept new people in the center of refugees from Ukraine. And I'm very, very happy that some of them stay in the center and work as volunteers together with us. And also some large part of them become employees of the Riga City Council and work together with us shoulder to shoulder on a daily basis. And this is a great example for the integration in activity, in action. And for us as a city, it's very important also to welcome talents and professionals. This is the main task of the Riga Investment and Tourism Agency. And what does it mean? It means that we have to help them to find places of residence, where to stay, where their children would study, language courses, and all the other help, so that they feel welcomed in this city, and that we can also have a hope that they would choose Riga as their place where they would live. And we lack talents, and we need them. And so we are happy that they would make our city richer. And also we would like so that everyone who comes here remembers Riga as a place, open place, welcoming place. And if we welcome them with some suspicions or unpleasant attitude because maybe of their color of their skin or experience or sexual orientation, that would mean that we would move towards stagnation, and nobody wants it. And let us be honest, a lot of professionals who are here among us, we here, the professionals in Latvia, we would also choose another place if we felt that we are more welcomed in some other place, if we are more pleasantly welcomed than here in our home. Therefore, I have no doubts that diversity and acceptance is first of all needed for ourselves. And in order to have a new companies and a new investment here, to have a healthy exchange of ideas and thoughts, this is a precondition for this to happen. So in So it happens in all the metropoles, and we also want to consider that Riga is like that. So accepting diversity, I believe this is a growth. And if we look back about 30 years, I believe that here in Riga we have experienced some breakthrough, and I can see that we are getting better every year. But of course, we have to be aware, and so we have to admit that there is still a room for improvement. But thank you very much to all the participants of the conference and also organizers for this mission to organize this type of events and this type of discussions. I have a dream in reality, and I would like to see Riga becoming the most open city in the Baltics. And let us succeed in this all together. Thank you for your attention. Kaspars already said that some time ago, these events were supported only by embassies and some institutions, including the European Commission. So therefore, I would like to ask the head of the representation of the European Commission in Latvia, Mrs. Zane Petre, who has also set this charter of priority as their priority, and also they include it in various discussions at a very high level, and that not only Latvia and Riga will be as a metropolis for diversity, but also all European Union. So please, Mrs. Anna Petra, for the opening speech. Good day, and thank you. And I'm very honored and happy to be in this event. Honorable organizers of the conference, and Mr. Stathis, and participants of the conference who watch us online. First of all, I would like to say thank you and point out to this extraordinary success implementing the charter in Latvia. And also I would like to congratulate you on this successfully organized event. Also, I would like to point out that this year Riga and Warsaw are the cities in Europe which during the Pride Week will get out in the streets, not just for a simple march, but together with Kyiv. And this is another way how to show solidarity to Ukraine and reminds that we are for peace, for freedom, for human rights and human dignity. A year ago in this forum, we were talking about need to increase equality and what disastrous consequences the pandemic has on it, and how to make Europe more inclusive. Today, conversations about influence of the pandemic, which we still hear, but then it's joined by, and we also have conversations about Russia's aggression in Ukraine. And it impacts each one of us. And we have to think, what are our basic values, our main values for Europe, for us Latvians? Human dignity, human rights, justice. On the one hand, they might seem so self-understandable, but when we look what happens in the world, we understand that we have to fight for them every day. When in a survey of Eurobarometer for Europeans, it was asked whether rights for LGBT people should be equal with rights for heterosexual, 76% supported it, but this is an average rating. In several countries, also in Latvia, the data shows that less than 50% of the population support rights for equality, and this is worrying. 69% of the European surveyed, they consider that single-sex marriage has to be allowed in whole Europe, in any member state of the European Union. And support is increasing in relation to this issue, but it is happening very slowly and gradually. More and more there are discussions about various situations that people, for example, get married in Sweden, but live in Latvia. And when they live in Latvia, they lose their legal rights, some of those rights. And the ice actually has a little bit broken, not only in the attitude of the public, but also changes in the system of justice. And we understand that these processes will not stop, and we can and we have to remind again and again that equality and non-discrimination are basic rights of the European Union, and this is the foundation of the Union. European social political power derives from unity in diversity. And why not? Why do we have a situation that some of us have more rights than others? That there are differences between groups of society, and how it can promote unity and make us more inclusive. It's not possible. So we have to continue working and creating and building the society which is really equal and diverse. And we have to do this with all the possible instruments. The protection of basic rights and equality is the responsibility of all European institutions. And this responsibility is not theoretically on the paper, but we also need to think how to implement it in life and reality. Like it was said from the side of the European Commission, we are committed to strengthen the rights of the LGBT community. Therefore, the Equality Strategy 2020-2030 was approved, and the main goal is to create the society in Europe where there is equality and where diversity is our pride and riches. Europe where we can live without feeling of being left out, being afraid of discrimination or other situations. And in the end, I would like to say that for all of us, the common task, starting from legislative initiatives, also inclusive environment in company, and friendly attitude on a daily basis. And we are trying to make those invisible people visible. We as a society, as Europe, we can be strong if we see each other as a human, as a personality, individual. When we are inclusive, when we help talent to thrive and we stand for each other, we are in solidarity. Fight for human rights is a long and complicated process, but this is clear that this is one of the main topics of Pride today, until we will be free, and together we will succeed. Thank you. And also we have the first institution in Latvia that is officially supporting Pride, and I'm asking the director of the Social Integration Foundation, Zaiga Pūce, on the stage.
Hello. Thank you for introducing me. It sounds so nice when someone says that about you. And yes, we are so proud to be the first state institution to support Pride and Pride Week. And I would like to start by saying that I have a feeling that the Pride Week is a kind of celebration, and my wish would be, I hope that next year's interest about this event will be so huge, both from supporters and audiences, that you would have to organize a whole month. And I hope that we will be able to support it as well. And I think there's no surprise that the Social Integration Foundation is the one that supports it. Our mission is to aim for an empathic, a joint society. And without NGOs such as Mosaica, I think our work won't be worth anything. So thank you very much to everyone who organizes this event. And when talking about diversity leadership, Kaspar's already talked about it, that when we started talking about it so many years ago, it seemed so distant and so unclear, but now we know what it is and how to implement it. But actually, us as an institution, we started maybe from the wrong end, because we started by telling about what is diversity leadership, but we never tried it in our institution ourselves. So now for a year and a half already, starting with the diversity audit, we started to work on it at our institution as well to implement it here. So from experience now, I can say that I can talk about it. I can tell you what is right and how to find solutions, how to implement it in our lives. It is not so easy. So that is why we have created a program, Skatupunkti, that helps employers and employees how they can go through it. We give them tools how to do it, and we have a diversity tool that helps with consultations with companies, and that is what we support. But I think without a forum like this, without you, without the businesses that are welcome to solving these issues, without you that see that diversity leadership isn't additional work and just something done just because it's necessary. No, you all try to implement it fully in your company, and without you, it wouldn't happen. So thank you very much to the organizers. Thank you to Kaspar Zalīts, who I think is a key person to make sure that this cooperation takes place. And I really wish you a great Pride Week, great Pride, and let's meet next year on Pride Month. Thank you very much for these speeches. So now it's time for the first presentation. We are very happy to welcome Amanda Hernhote. She is originally from Estonia, but she has worked her whole life in Swedbank Group, and she is a diversity manager in the whole Swedbank Group. And the previous speaker already mentioned a bit about how to implement diversity management in companies. And now Mara will talk about how to think about it and how to talk about it. So please, Mara, welcome you to the stage. Nākamās tēmas pie sākšu runāt. Tātad man ir liels prieks būt Rīgā, man liels prieks, ka man uzaicināja šajā pasākumā. Es gribētu pastāstīt, ka mēs Swedbankā tiešām lepojamies par to, ka mēs atbalstam Pride, un mēs noteikti to turpināsim darīt vēl ilgu laiku, un esmu šeit, lai pastāstītu jums par to, kā tāda starptautiska firma kā Swedbank, kā mēs iekļāvām dažādības pārvaldību un kā tas notika. Tātad, kā jau prezentācijā teikts, ir vajadzīgs viens plāns, bet tas nenozīmē, ka visiem tas būs vienāds. Es cerams, ka tas, ko es gribu pateikt, jums būs skaidrs prezentācijas beigās. Tātad, tad, kad jūs sākat strādāt pie dažādības pārvaldības uzņēmumā, tas nozīmē, ka jūs prasat cilvēkiem mainīties. Un tātad, lai cilvēki gribētu mainīties, viņiem jāzina, kāpēc tas ir jādara. Un jums pašiem tad arī ir jāzina, kāpēc jūs to darat, kāpēc tas ir svarīgi jūsu uzņēmumam. Un bez šādas ļoti skaidras paskaidrošanas par to, kāpēc tas ir nepieciešams, cilvēki negribēs mainīties. Cilvēkiem nepatīk mainīties. Un īstenībā antropologi arī saka, ka cilvēkiem arī īsti nepatīk dažādība, jo, ja mēs atskatāmies vēsturē un evolūcijā, visi, kas skaitījās citādāki, bija bīstami. Bet mēs esam domājoši cilvēki, mēs esam homo sapiens, mēs esam saprātīgi cilvēki, mums vajadzētu tikt tam pāri. Tātad, ja mēs runājam par to, kāpēc, tad Swedbank jau ilgu laiku ir saukuši sevi par banku daudziem, mēs esam vadošā banka Zviedrijā, Igaunijā, Latvijā un Lietuvā. Mums ir 7,3 miljoni privāto klientu, 550,000 biznesa klientu. Tātad mums ir ļoti daudz klienti, kuru vēlmes mums vajag atpazīt un atzīt un saprast. Tātad tas ir tikai loģiski, ka mums ir svarīga iesaistīšanās un dažādība. Tātad, ko varbūt daudz cilvēki nezina, ir tas, ka tad, kad Svetbanka sākās pirms 200 gadiem, Ietekmē Zviedrijā, tā bija vienkārši uzkrājuma biedrība parastiem cilvēkiem. Tas bija ļoti normāli, ka parasti cilvēki, tādi kā fermeri, piemēram, viņi iekrāja naudu. Viņi tādā veidā sakrāja to, kas viņiem ir, un tas kļūst par viņu iekrājumu. Protams, ir tāds, kas mainījies, un kā jau jūs redzat šeit, ekrānā mums ir mūsu strateģiskais plāns, strateģiskais virziens, kurā mēs virzamies kā uzņēmums, un te jūs varat redzēt, kādi ir mūsu mērķi. Tas, ko jūs tagad varat redzēt slaidā, ir tas, ka mūsu vērtības ir būt atvērtiem, vienkāršiem un parādīt, ka mums rūp. Tātad šīs ir ļoti svarīgas pamatvērtības, kas ļoti labi sasaucās ar dažādību un iekļaušanos. Tātad mēs kopā veidojam ļoti labu, patīkamu darba vidi, un Svetbankā īsti nevar tikt tālāk par šiem ēkas pamatakmeņiem. Tātad mēs tā arī to darām. Mums ir ļoti daudz darbinieku, 17,000 darbinieku, mums ir ļoti daudz klientu, viņi visi, protams, ir dažādi. Un kā uzņēmums mēs esam sapratuši, ka mums to vajag kaut kādā veidā pārvaldīt, un dažādības pārvaldība nav īsti kļuvusi tik populāra. Es necenšos tagad viņu padarīt populārāku. Es vienkārši cenšos šos vārdus izmantot, lai varētu paskaidrot, ko mēs darām. Tātad, ja jūs nevarat skaidri pateikt, kāpēc tas ir nepieciešams, tad ir vai nepieciešams uztaisīt kādu plānu, kāpēc ir nepieciešama šī dažādības pārvaldība. Tātad mums ir pamatplāni, stratēģijas par to, kā to ieviest. Un tad, kad mēs runājam par mūsu augsta līmeņa cilvēkiem, cilvēku resursu vadītāji un tā tālāk, visās šajos posmos uzņēmumā ir iesaistīta šī domāšana par dažādību. Tātad es, protams, varu runāt tikai par mūsu uzņēmumu, par mūsu pieredzi. Šajā gadījumā es nezinu, kā būtu citur, kāda ir, piemēram, dokumentu un struktūras citos uzņēmumos. Varbūt kādiem šķiet, ka šādi kaut kādi dokumenti un kaut kādi likumi nav nepieciešami, ja ir gudi cilvēki uzņēmumā, bet tā nav. Bieži vien cilvēki aizmirst vai varbūt kāds līderis izdomā, ka tas nav nepieciešams viņu komandā, tad vienmēr var atsaukties uz šiem dokumentiem. Un vēl viena svarīga lieta ir, ka šai dažādībai jābūt integrētai visos procesos, visās darbībās. Un šis ir tas plāns, ar kuru jūs varat strādāt. Tātad, kā mēs to visu varam vispār ieviest? Un pamatprincips ir tāds: kopā pēc iespējas vairāk un pēc iespējas vairāk vietējā vidē, un, protams, arī sakojot visiem likumiem, jo, protams, nevar izvairīties no likumiem, kas atšķirās no vienas valsts un otrs, un dažādās industrijās arī ir dažādi likumi. Tātad, ko mēs varam darīt? Katrā uzņēmumā ir sava darba struktūra. Uzņēmums, kas ir lielāks no Svetbanku, piemēram, kāds globālāks uzņēmums, varbūt viņiem ir citāk uztver, kā veikt šo dažādības pārvaldību. Tātad mēs esam vairāk reģionāls uzņēmums, tāpēc mēs to cenšamies darīt reģionāli. Mēs iekļaujam, protams, cilvēku resursus un daudz citas jomas. Bet, protams, ir daudz lietas, kas ne tikai ir jādara reģionāli, bet arī vietējā mērogā. Un mans uzskats ir tāds, ka nevar piespiest lietas notikt tā, kā tu gribi. Tu nevari paņemt kaut kādu vienu pamatu konceptu un to arī ieviest pilnīgi visās vietās. Ir jāņem vērā vietējais kultūras konteksts, sabiedrība. Mēs nevaram izlikties, ka mēs esam visi vienā laivā, ka mēs visi esam līdzīgi. Tā nav. Mēs visi esam dažādi, sevišķi, ja mēs nākam no dažādām valstīm, dažādām kultūrām. Tātad tas ir tas, kā mēs domājam, un tajā pašā laikā mums arī ir vienlīdzīgas uzvešanās un izturēšanās likums, un ka mums jāuzvedās vienlīdzīgi pret visiem darbiniekiem. Ir arī tāds Zviedrijas diskriminācijas likums, tas ir daudz niansētāks nekā daudzās citās valstīs. Tas ir tas, ko mēs darām. Tātad iekšējā vidē mēs ņemam šo likumu un mēs katru gadu, un man liekas, ka tiešām tas tāds nebeidzams process, ko mēs darām, mēs katru gadu analizējam to, kur mēs esam nonākuši, ko mēs darām, lai cīnītos pret diskrimināciju un vienlīdzību. Tātad, ko mēs varam darīt, lai palīdzētu darba vidē, veselības aprūpē, un tad mēs skatāmies, vai ir vēl kādas lietas, ko mēs varam uzlabot, vai ir kādas aktivitātes, ko mēs varētu veikt, lai uzlabotu to visu, un tad mēs atkal to ieviešam, un tad pēc tam atkal atkārtojam. Varbūt to mums nevajadzētu darīt, bet mums ir nepieciešams, ka pret visiem izturās vienādi. Bet, protams, mēs arī diezgan ātri nonākam pie ļoti nopietnām lietām, jo diskriminācija un apvainošana cilvēku un daudz citas arī nāk kopā ar šo tēmu. Tātad mēs tajos gadījumos, protams, sekojam vietējiem likumiem, ja notiek kāds šis nepatīkams darba gadījums, bet, protams, mēs vienmēr atgādinām, ka visiem ir jāizturās vienlīdzīgi vienam pret otru. Tāpēc, ka tas ir pareizi, tāpēc, ka tas arī ir nolikts mūsu noteikumos un likumos. Tāda arī ir lietas, kuros mums ir vienāds mērķis, vienāds vēlmes, kas mums jāizdara vietējā līmenī. Nav tā, ka mēs vienkārši pieņemam kaut kādu konceptu un to arī ieviešam visās valstīs. Tā nav. Mums katrā valstī ir vietējais eksperts, kas ir saruna biedrs, ar kuru mēs arī runājam un strādājam grupu līmenī. Viņš mums dod vietējo kontekstu, vietējo sapratni par lietām. Mūsu pieredze rāda, ka nav cita veida, kā to var izdarīt. Citiem lielākiem uzņēmējiem arī ir tā pati pieredze, ka ir nepieciešami šie vietējie cilvēki, vietējā pieredzes apzināšanās, jo citādāk jūs vienkārši centīsieties uzspiest kaut ko tādu, kas nestrādās tajā konkrētā vietā. Un cilvēki nesapratīs, kāpēc jūs cenšaties kaut ko tādu darīt un kāpēc ir vajadzīgs. Tātad iepriekš mēs arī veicām apmācības, jau pašā darba sākumā mēs iekļāvām šo dažādības politiku mūsu organizācijā. Mēs centāmies izveidot vietējās apmācības, lai runātu ar vietējiem darbiniekiem, vietējiem priekšniekiem. Jo šī nav tāda lieta, ko var uzspiest cilvēkiem. Jūs varat noalgot kādu globālu ekspertu, bet viņi nezinās, kā runāt ar vietējiem cilvēkiem jūsu vidē. Un tā ir joma, kur šīs vietējais aspekts ir ļoti svarīgs. Ja tas strādā citā valstī, tas nenozīmē, ka tas strādās jūsu valstī. Piemēram, man arī kādas iniciatīvas nestrādā visās valstīs. Man pirms pāris gadiem bija mērķis palielināt vecuma dažādību, tātad cilvēki, kas jūs sagaida mūsu ofisos. Bija tāda problēma, ka bija ļoti maza dažādība vecuma ziņā, un mums bija mērķis nolgot nepieciešams nolgot vecākus cilvēkus, jo pārsvarā tur bija tikai jauni cilvēki šajās banku nodaļās. Mēs to veicām gan Igaunijā, gan Latvijā. Dažas lietas bija līdzīgas katrā valstī, bet citas citādāk, bet un tā mēs ieviesām šo skatu punktu, ka jāskatās no šīs konkrētās vides aspekta. Tātad, pirms arī pāris gadiem Igaunijā bija darba reforma, kur tika atkal apskatīta un pārvērtēta cilvēka darba spēja, ceļš cilvēku, kur ir dažādām invaliditātēm, un daudz cilvēku, kuriem agrāk bija invaliditāte, pēkšņi vairs nebija, viņi atgriezās darba, vai arī viņiem bija, bet viņi tika iekļaut darba tirgu, un tad bija jārunā arī par to. Tātad vietējais konteksts ir ļoti svarīgs. Tātad mans ieteikums ir pieņemt dažādību un arī strādāt ar dažādību, jo jums var būt viens darba plāns, bet tas nestrādās varbūt visās valstīs. Un es arī gribētu arī beigt savu runu. Paldies!
Liels paldies! Lūkšu palikt šeit uz skatuves, jo mums būs pirmā diskusija, un lūdzu ieņemiet vietu. Un es arī gribētu aicināt enough to remember first prides in Latvia and how it happened and how challenging it was to be a face of the campaign and receive these hate letters and also comments, guys at the bus stops who came and threatened me. But now this has become into a celebration because it's determined work invested, and more rarely we hear the question, why should you go on this march, or why should we celebrate this day in the company, or why should we give time or finances for our people to participate in Pride Week? And therefore, I believe this is very important to talk about this in this forum where we can summarize those good experiences. And Sandhya, you can come to the stage, and we are also waiting for Mikus. So if anybody needs translation, take the headphones. There will be translation provided. And once more, greetings to those who connected online to us and are watching us. Happy to see you. Maybe we will have a more serious conversation. Mikus, jūs esat gatavs? Jā.
un es domāju arī kā atbalstītājai Pride. So,
Un es sākšu ar pirmo jautājumu, Māra, jums. Jūs pieminējāt, ka ir ārkārtīgi svarīgi, ka tas jau ir tāds uzņēmuma DNS, lai šis tiktu iekļauts. Un es domāju, ka varbūt tam pat vajadzētu būt, kad sāku dibina uzņēmumu, jo DNS jau galu galā rodas tad, kad mēs radām kādu. Un tad jautājums, vai ir iespējams uzņēmumā, kas jau ir nodibināts un kas tagad skatās šo pārraidi un vēlas šo dažādības politiku ieviest uzņēmumā. Es runāju gan ar cilvēkiem, kas uzsāk uzņēmumus, kas uzsāk šos jaunu uzņēmumus, un viņi ir ļoti aizņemti uzsākot un visas citas lietas darot, ka viņi pat nedomā par šīm niansēm, viņi sāk pieņemt darbiniekus, un tad gan viņiem parādās dažādi jautājumi saistībā ar cilvēkiem. Un parasti uzņēmēji, kad sāk biznesu, viņi nesaplāno šīs dažādības lietas, tas nav viņu sarakstā. Es pieņemšu cilvēkus, rūpējoties par viņiem. Un bieži vien pēc tam ir pārsteigums, kā cilvēks pieņem cilvēkus, un tad ir reālā situācija. Un tad pieņemsim kādam, kam ir bērni un tā tālāk. Un tad tas ir pārsteigums, un ko darīt. Un visiem, kas plāno uzsākt biznesu vai no jauna uzsākt vai palielināt, protams, ka ir jāpadomā par šiem aspektiem, kāda veida darba devējs viņi vēlās būt, kāda veida uzņēmums viņi vēlas būt, un dažādība biznesā tam ir jēga, tāpēc, ka tas nozīmē, ka jums ir plašāks potenciālo klientu loks un ir iespējams veiksmīgāk darboties biznesa jomā, un tas par laimi biznesa tādā kontekstā tiešām ir jēgpilni. Es atceros, ka vienā no pirmajiem praidiem, ko es apmeklēju, Accenture uzņēmumam bija vislielākais šis karoks, un tas tiešām Latvijā tajā brīdī bija ļoti iespaidīgi. Mikus, jūs jau bijāt uzņēmumā tajā brīdī, tātad no iekšpuses, vai tas ir uzņēmuma DNS? Jo es atceros, ka Accenture ļoti ietekmīgi runāja par dzimumu līdztiesības jautājumiem, LGBT parādījās vēlāk, bet tagad tātad jautājums, cik ilgi jūs strādājat šajā uzņēmumā un kāds ir šis no iekšpuses izskatās? Es Accenture strādāju tikai 3 gadus, ne tik ilgi. Un šo 3 gadu laikā es esmu bijis Pride sabiedrotais 2 gadus tikai. Un Accenture patiešām lepojas ar faktu, ka mēs esam pirmais lielais uzņēmums, kas pievienojās Rīga Pride 2018. gadā. Un visa šī dažādības ideja mums ir diezgan viegli par to runāt, tāpēc, ka mums ir šis globālais fons un pamats. Mums nav jāizgudro velosipēds no nulles, mums jau ir šīs iestrādes. Un Latvijā mēs sākām ieviest dažādību, sākot no 2015. gada, kad tas sākās kā viena cilvēka iniciatīva. Un pakāpeniski mēs sākām meklēt iespējas, kā palīdzēt un kā jau kaut ko darīt vairāk ārpus Accenture, un tāpēc mēs pievienojāmies Pride. Un tātad viens cilvēks devās pie vadības, un jā, tieši tā, devās pie vadības, un vadība piekrita. Tieši tā tas arī notika. Un tad pēc tam no šī viena cilvēka, pēc tam, kad es sāku pievienoties, tad sapratām, ka ir nepieciešams vairāk palīdzību. Un mēs izveidojām specifisku tādu kā nodaļu, kas ir Pride sabiedrotie. Un tas šī nodaļa apvieno drosmīgus, inovatīvus cilvēkus, kas apvienojas, lai organizētu dažādus pasākumus kolēģiem Accenture, lai veicinātu dažādību. Un šeit nav runa tikai par LGBT tēmām, bet arī par dzimumu līdztiesību, par mentālo veselību, dažādas cilvēku ar invaliditāti jautājumu. Un tas viss ir augsts mūsu dienas kārtībā, jo tāpēc, ka mēs esam tik dažādas tautības. Sandra, ja jūs pazīstat, zināt latviešus biznesā, varbūt kādi citi piemēri, kas vēl atbalsta dažādību. Es zinu, Accenture, Printful, tie ir lieli uzņēmumi, viņi arī to aktīvi izrāda, viņi pieliek karogus, viņi arī Twitterī par to raksta un Instagramā, bet vēl kādi citi piemēri. Es domāju, ka paliek arvien labāk, kā piemēram Svetbanka, LMT. Mums ir šie lielie uzņēmumi, un es domāju, ka šeit jau vairs nav jautājums par to, vai to vajadzētu darīt vai nē, bet kā to darīt, par to šobrīd ir jautājums. Un ja mēs skatāmies uz mūsu klientiem, ir daudzi, kuri savās ikdienas aktivitātēs seko šiem nosacījumiem, bet iespējams, ka viņi tā pavisam skaļi un atklāti neapspriež šīs tēmas un nerunā par to. Viņi uzskata, ka tas jau ir tik normāli un pašsaprotami, ka no tā nevajadzētu nekādu mārketinga veidot. Un viņi saka, mēs saprotam, ka jums, un mēs sakam, ka jums izliekas, ka tā ir tāds sīkums un jūs kautrējaties par to skaļi runāt, bet tajā pašā laikā es uzskatu, ka joprojām mēs esam posmā, kur mums visiem ir nepieciešams runāt par šīm sīkajām lietām, jo tieši šīs sīkās lietas, kas ir tik vienkāršas, tās vienlaicīgi ir tik svarīgas, un mums ir nepieciešams dalīties ar šo pieredzi. Un tiešām iedrošināt visus uzņēmumus, darba devējus, pat ja liekas, ka jūs darāt kaut ko pavisam mazu un pašsaprotam, tomēr runājiet par to un dalieties ar tām lietām, jo tāpēc, ka tam ir nozīme. Un tas arī iedrošina citus sekot jūsu piemēram un pieņemt to kā absolūtu normu vai standartu. Zaiga Pūce, Sabiedrības integrācijas fonda vadītāji, teica, ka ir ļoti vienkārši. Tātad vienkārši ir tad, kad mēs runājam, bet ja mēs sākam jau realitātē to ieviest, tad pat integrācijas fonds saskārās ar izaicinājumiem. Un Marai bija ļoti jauka prezentācija par šiem ietvariem, bet es domāju tātad par šo diskusiju un par to, ka ja es būtu tagad sieviete biznesā, kas būtu tie praktiskie soļi Kobaltā, Accenture vai arī Svetbanka, ja kāds tagad skatās jūs, kas grib veidot jaunu uzņēmēju. Un jā, tātad mēs atceramies par šo DNS, par vērtībām, bet kaut kas tāds pavisam praktisks, kas būtu jāievieš, kad jūs sākat domāt par savu uzņēmumu, par kolēģiem. Kaut kādas idejas pavisam par tādiem praktiskiem soļiem, jo tāpēc, ka mēs ļoti daudz varam runāt, cik svarīgi tas ir, bet praktiski kā to darīt. Es pilnīgi piekrītu, Marija, ka ir ārkārtīgi svarīgi šajā programmēšanas, plānošanas līmenī šīs vērtības atspoguļot un norādīt iekšēji uz organizācijā, lai visi varētu par tām zināt un ka tas ir skaidri parādīts arī ārpusē, uz ārpusi, ka jums nav nepieciešams katram cilvēkam, kas parādās pie jūsu uzņēmuma, skaidrot, ka dažādība un iekļaušana ir kaut kas tāds, par ko mēs stāvam un iestājamies. Un tas varētu būt viens līmenis, bet tās praktiskās aktivitātes dienas laikā, ikdienā, ir tāds tiešām sarežģīts, ja nav jautājums par to, vai jādara, bet kāpēc jādara, bet kā to darīt. Un, ja mēs runājam par maziem vidējiem uzņēmumiem, kur nav tik daudz cilvēki, tad katru reizi, kad jūs organizējat kādu korporatīvo pasākumu, padomājiet par šīm sīkajām lietiņām, lai tas tiešām būtu atvērts un pieejams visiem, neizslēdzot un neaizmirstot, teiksim, ģimenes vai vecumu cilvēkiem, tad lai ir aktivitātes, kas ir interesantas un piemērotas un pielāgotas visiem cilvēkiem jūsu uzņēmumā. Un tas pats attiecas arī uz ieguvumiem. Mūsu pieredzes mēs, piemēram, zinām, ka, ja mēs šo te Latvijas satversmes tiesas lēmumu, kur iepriekš tika lēmts par to, ka šie saskaņā ar bērnu piedzimšanu šis atvaļinājums, kas ir pieejams tēvam, tam būtu jābūt pieejam arī viendzimumu pāru partnerim. Un pirms 8-9 gadiem, pirms šis spriedums tika pieņemts, vispār nevarēja iedomāties, tad vai tad viendzimumu pārim, piemēram, tur varēja būt šis atvaļinājums, nu jā. Un te mēs runājam, tas jau patiesībā nav par likumu, bet tas ir par iespējām, ka mēs izturamies pret visiem vienlīdzīgi, bet arī apzinoties, ka katrs ir personība, individualitāte un viņam ir savas vajadzības. Jā, es varētu piekrist, mums ir tieši tāpat regulējums Accenture, ka jūs varat izņemt šo apdrošināšanu arī savam partnerim, vienalga, vai tas ir tā paša dzimuma vai pretējā dzimuma partners. Un tas pats attiecas arī uz šo bērnu kopšanas atvaļinājumu, tad arī to var paprasīt partnerim. Un atgriežoties pie pamatvērtībām, mēs patiešām vēlamies ļaut cilvēkiem brīvību, nebaidīties runāt, baidīties par kādu atriebību, pieņemsim, ja viņi kaut ko izdara, tad lai viņiem nebūtu jābaidās par to, ka kaut kas slikts notiks vai jūs pazaudēsiet darbu, tāpēc, ka jūs kaut ko pateicāt. Un tas arī ir tāds kā atslēgas faktors, kas palīdz mums kļūt atvērtākiem un iekļaujošākiem, ka cilvēki var justies darba vidē droši attiecībā uz šiem cilvēku resursu vadību, var doties pie vadības un prasīt, pieņemsim, ka jūs savā profilā vēlaties, lai jums tiktu mainīts vārds vai arī vietnieku vārds, piemēram, kā mums te nesen bija gadījums. Un tas ir attiecībā uz vērtībām. Un attiecībā uz praksēm, labās prakses piemēriem, jūs jau teicāt par to, kas tad būtu jāievieš un kā būtu jādara, bet tā tad ir skaidrs, kā mēs nevienam neko neuzspiežam, bet mums ir tātad šīs te vārda kartītes, un tās mēs esam izveidojuši varavīksnes krāsās, lai atbalstītu LGBT un tēmas, kas ir saistītas ar LGBT. Un mēs esam saņēmuši atgriezenisko saiti, ka cilvēki jūtas drošāk, ka viņi redz šo vizuālo reprezentāciju un viņi saprot, ka tas cilvēks, piemēram, atbalsta šīs idejas un es varu justies droši runāt par šīm tēmām. Un jums visu laiku nav jāiznieko enerģija. Ja mēs tā sakam, ka jūs tērējat enerģiju, mēģinot kaut ko slēpt un kaut ko domāt, ko es varu teikt, ko es nevaru teikt. Un kā uzņēmumam tā ir enerģija, kas tiek izniekota un netiek ieguldīta projektos, tāpēc mēs to ņemam vērā. Un tieši tāpat mūsu grupa mēģina arī organizēt pasākumus, gan izglītojošus pasākumus, gan izklaidējošus pasākumus. Divi galvenie pasākumi, kas tiek organizēti, ir Dažādības nedēļa. Tā ir nedēļa, kas ir izveidota, vai tai ir mērķis parādīt dažādības šīs šķautnes. Mēs runājam par starpkultūru tēmām, runājam par LGBT tēmām, runājam par cilvēkiem ar invaliditāti. Un katra grupa organizē pasākumu, prezentāciju, lai paaugstinātu šo informētību par tēmām. Un jūnijā mums ir Praida nedēļa kopā ar Ziemeļvalstu kolēģiem. Un mēs arī sadarbojamies ar Zviedriju, Norvēģiju un Dāniju, arī Somiju. Un veidojam prezentācijas, seminārus un citus pasākumus. Un vēl viena lieta, ka šis viss ir brīvprātīgi. Tas nav kaut kas tāds, ko vadība ir pateikusi, ka jums tas ir jādara un citādi jums tur samaksās vai nemaksās. Nē, tas ir brīvprātīgi un tas ir ārkārtīgi svarīgs faktors, kā atcerēties, ka mēs nedaram to tikai tāpēc, lai vienkārši ielikt ķeksīti, bet mēs to daram būtībā.
Jā, es piekrītu par šīm par šīm zīmītēm, jā, mēs esam redzējuši arī, ka tad, kad cilvēki iet pie kaut kādām kafejnīcām, tad tie darbinieki, kas ir no Ukrainas bēgļi, viņi ir uzlikuši šo piespraudīti ar Ukrainas karociņu, lai varētu saprast, kāpēc viņi runā krieviski. Tātad liels paldies par jūsu idejām, par jūsu komentāriem. Jā, tās tāds ļoti labas praktiskas lietas. Es varbūt pieminēšu vēl par kaut ko citu. Jūs strādājat vidus izmēra uzņēmumā vai lielā uzņēmumā un ir nepieciešams runāt par šīm pārmaiņām, tad tas ir jādara jau no pašas augšas, no paša priekšnieka. Tie ir vadītāji, valdes locekļi un tā tālāk. Tie no augšas ir jānāk šīm idejām un pārmaiņām. Bet tā īsti jūs nevarat neko darīt. Tātad jums ir nepieciešams, ka paši vadītāji piekrīt tam, kas notiek, un tad jūs varat iet tālāk. Jūs varat izveikt kaut kādu politiku vai kaut kādus procesus, bet ja neviens tos tiešām arī neiekļauj vai neieliek kā tādu likumu, tad, protams, nekas nevar notikt. Viss šis dažādības slānis arī nenotiks, un tad tas vienkārši neizdosies. Tāpēc ir nepieciešams, ka līderi ir izglītoti, ka viņi jūs atbalsta, un kā to darīt, vajag ieviest KPI. Tagad mēs runājam par ļoti korporatīvām lietām, bet tajā pasaulē šīs lietas ir svarīgas. Arī atbildības, šie plāni ir arī nepieciešami. Tātad 40% cilvēku ir biznesa vienības vai globāli mērķi, un tikai 20% uzņēmumu ir kaut kādi mērķi, kas ir katram līderim. Tātad joprojām ir daudz, ko var darīt šajā jomā, un ir arī uzņēmumi, kuru vadītāju algas un kompensācija ir saistīta ar to, kā viņi ir sasnieguši šos dažādības mērķus. Tātad ir arī kaut kāds finansu labums. Tātad varbūt, Sandī, jūs varat kaut ko vēl pieminēt par šīm praktiskajām lietām uzņēmumos. Jā, KPI un visādas pārbaudas, tas, protams, ir svarīgas. Mūsu organizācija laikam ir diezgan maza vai pārāk maza, lai ieviestu kaut ko tādu, kaut kādas ļoti formālas procedūras vai KPI, kas saistīta ar dažādību, bet tik un tā lietas mēs varam izmērīt un noteikt, un viena no tām, ko es varu aprakstīt, ir vienā nesenajā korporatīvajā pasākumā, kad sākās viss šī pandēmija, tas notika, šis korporatīvais pasākums notika 2020. Gada sākumā, un es biju ļoti priecīga, ka bija 3 viendzimumu pāri un viņa ģimenes, un ka viņi ļoti labi pavadīja šajā korporatīvajā pasākumā labu laiku, un tajā brīdī es sapratu, ka jā, šis ir pierādījums, ka mēs darām to labi, ka mēs darām pareizi, ka mēs ejam pareizajā virzienā, un ka to mums vajag arī tā kā saglabāt. Un varbūt pirms 9 gadiem šī bija pirmā reize mūsu organizācijā, un es atceros, ka tas nebija kaut kas vienkāršs. Es zinu, ka mūsu organizācijā tas tika pieņemts kā normāls, bet tik un tā bija pirmā reize, un kā jau pirmā reize, tā ir ļoti satraucoša, un ir nepieciešams kaut kādā veidā tā kā attaisīt šo logu, šo ideju un šo jauno dzīvi. Un, protams, jā, ir ļoti svarīgi, ka ir nepieciešams atbalsts no vadītājiem un priekšniekiem, bet tik un tā mums arī jādomā par katru individu organizācijā. Tam būtu jābūt kā tādam kopīgam lēmumam un vēlmē no visiem izmantot šīs iespējas, lai kaut ko mainītu. lai kaut ko mainītu, mums arī pašiem ir jāmainās, mums ir pašiem jāpēc kājās un jāpieņem šīs tiesības, un tad arī pamazām sabiedrība var mainīties. Tagad mēs varam runāt par pabalstiem. Pandēmijas laikā es sapratu, ka ļoti daudzas sociālas firmas un uzņēmumi, cilvēki, kuri strādā no mājām, vai cilvēki, kuriem ir kaut kāda invaliditāte, vai kuri strādā tikai pusi no laika, viņi kļuva par, viņi zināja, kā to darīt, viņi zināja, kā strādāt no mājām, viņi zināja, kā var palīdzēt cilvēkiem ar kādām problēmām, jo viņi to bija darījuši visu mūžu, un visi pārējie cilvēki, kuri bija pēkšņi iesprūduši mājās, kuriem bija kaut kādas garīgās problēmas, bija tajā pašā laikā arī cilvēki tādos uzņēmumos, kuri zināja, ko darīt šādā situācijā, un viņi varēja palīdzēt tiem, kuri jutās pēkšņi iesprostoti un kuriem bija grūti. Un, man liekas, tas ir tik brīnišķīgi, ka pēkšņi mums ir šādi veidi cilvēki mūsu uzņēmumos, jo viņi zināja šo ceļu, tā teikt, un viņi zināja, kā to noiet. Un viņi pēkšņi zināja, kā dzīvot un ko darīt. Un mēs arī paši sapratām, ko tas nozīmē būt iesprūdušam mājās vai strādāt tiešsaistē vai strādāt no mājām, un arī viņi palīdzēja arī izveidot sistēmas, lai varētu labi strādāt no mājām. Un, man liekas, tas ir ļoti liels labums, ko esmu redzējis, kas ir noticis pēc pandēmijas, un arī bijuši pētījumi par to, kāda ir cena samaksāt par to, ka mēs neieviešam šo dažādību uzņēmumos, bet kādi ir šie labumi, kādi ir gan finansiāli vai kādi veidi citi labumi tam, ka jūs esat ieviesuši šo dažādības pārvaldību jūsu uzņēmumā. Mēs varam, protams, nedaudz parunāt par cilvēkiem ar invaliditāti vai kādiem traucējumiem. Tajos brīžos bieži vien arī piemin tādu konceptu kā neirodažādība, arī iekļauj cilvēkus, kuriem ir Asperger sindroms vai arī autisms. Un Ziemeļvalstīs, Zviedrijā un Norvēģijā ir konsultantu grupa, Jutikus, kuri noalgo tikai autismu spektra konsultantus, un arī Norvēģijā un Zviedrijā mēs ar viņiem sazinamies, mēs ar viņiem sadarbojamies, un viņiem ir konsultanti, pāršā viņi ir digitālajā IT jomā, un tiešām mēs redzam lielu labumu no tā, kā viņi redz pasauli, viņi redz dažādus ritmus, dažādos tekstos vai datos, un tas ir pilnīgi nesalīdzināmi tas, ko viņi var sniegt uzņēmumam. Bet lielākā daļa no mums ikdienā, kad mēs noalgojam cilvēkus, mēs īsti nezinām, kāds atbalsts šiem cilvēkiem ir nepieciešams, kā viņus piesaistīt, kā viņus uzaicināt, kā viņus noalgot un atbalstīt viņu ikdienas vidē. Tāpēc mums jābūt, mums vairāk jāapzinās, kā to varētu darīt, lai varētu iegūt šo milzīgo labumu no viņu algošanas darbā. Man liekas, ka mēs visi esam tagad ļoti noguruši un mums ir liela pārslodze darbos. Un jā, tagad ir tāds grūts laiks, bet jums arī ir šāda pat pieredze. Jūs runājāt par jūsu darbu. Mēs visi zinām, ka arī drošība ir ļoti svarīga. Ja jūs jūtaties droši savā darbā, tad jūs esat lojālāki pret savu uzņēmumu. Uzņēmums, kas, piemēram, pie kura es strādāju Latvijas televīzijā, viņiem ir liels atbalsts darbiniekiem ar bērniem. Es zinu, ka, ja pēkšņi man jāiet kameras priekšā, es zināju, ka kāds vienmēr parūpēsies par manu bērnu, ka tur ir bērnistaba. es nemaz negribu pamest šo darba vietu, iet uz citu kā darba vietu, jo es zinu, ka šajā darba vietā vienmēr es jutīšos droši par savu bērnu, vienmēr būs tur drošība, gan man, gan manam bērnam. Kaut gan mana alga nav tik liela, es jūtos ļoti droši ar saviem bērniem. Tur es zinu, ka mani tur ciena un mani darbinieki un mani tā kā kolēģi un mani priekšnieki zina, ka, piemēram, man ir bērns, ka man baro ar krūti vai kaut ko tādu. Un viņi to ciena, un es tiešām nekad nepamestu savu darbu tādēļ. Man liekas, tā lojalitāte ir tik ļoti svarīga, tas tāds labums uzņēmumiem, un varbūt jūs varat pieminēt vēl kādus labumus, ko jūs neesat pieminējuši, varbūt ir kaut kādi praktiski piemēri, kā jūs esat kaut ko ieviekuši, un tad jūs redzat šos labumus. Jā, es piekrītu Marai, ka mums arī ir šie labumi. Mēs esam IT uzņēmums, mēs veidojam aplikācijas. Ja mums ir tikai tāds heteroseksuāļu baltā vīriešu skatījums par to, kā vajadzētu veidot produktus, tad tas varētu būt diezgan slikts rezultāts. Mums ir dažādi klienti, tāpēc mums arī ir nepieciešams dažādi šis skatu punkts, un tāpēc arī mums ir nepieciešama šī dažādība un iekļaušana. Mēs arī palielinam sieviešu šo īpatsvaru uzņēmumā. Viņām ir dažādas idejas, dažādas pieejas lietām, un tās ir jāņem vērā. Bet kādi ir labumi, kādi personīgi labumi, ko jūs redzat savā uzņēmumā? Es arī piekrītu par lojalitāti, ko jūs minējāt. Un tā mums ir ļoti svarīga. Cilvēki ļoti iesaistījušies savā darbā. Viņi piedalās uzņēmumos un dod savu viedokli par lietām. Iesaiste ir tiešām ļoti liela. Tātad darbs nav tikai vieta, kur jūs ejat izdarīt savu darbu. Es teiktu, ka šī pamazām kļūst par tādu otro ģimeni. Es esmu kvīrs, esmu tieši šīs kopienas pārstāvis, un es teiktu, ka jā, ka tā ir tāda otrā vai trešā ģimene. Ja, protams, pirmā, otrā ir ģimene un draugi. Tātad, laikam, tā ir mana pieredze. Es varu pilnīgi piekrist tam, ka šī iesaista un lojalitāte ir ļoti svarīga mums, kā juridiskajai firmai. Mums vissvarīgākā lieta ir cilvēki, darbinieki. Tātad mums ir nepieciešams iesaistīt pēc iespējas talantīgus un labus cilvēkus. Un tāpēc mēs izveidojam šo dažādības vidi, ļoti iekļaujošu vidu. Dažādība ir ļoti svarīga, lai cilvēki jūtas, ka viņi ir iekļauti, lai strauji un daudz nemainās darbinieki. Ka viņi jūtas, ka tā ir tāda ģimene, kur viņi strādā. Viena pieredze, kāda mums ir bijusi, ir, ja mēs runājam par tādām praktiskām lietām, kas ir bijusi ļoti labi mūsu profesijā, ka mēs ļoti iedvesmojām mūsu kolēģus iesaistīties pro bono, tātad bezmaksas lietās, kur viņi nesaņem naudu, kur viņi aizstāv kādus cilvēkus, kuriem nav iespējas aizsargāt savas tiesības. Man liekas, pirms pāris gadiem mūsu kolēģi, kuru vadīja Lauris Liepa un Gabriela Šantara, palīdzēja organizācijai Mozaīka, tad, kad viņi iesaistījās lietās konstitucionālajā tiesā un arī tagad administratīvās tiesās iesaistās šajā tēmā. Tātad, kāpēc mēs iesaistamies, jo tās jomas, kuras mēs gribam veidot un par to arī ļoti svarīgi runāt. Mēs to minam, jo mēs gribam tieši vairāk iekļaut un padarīt viņus savus darbiniekus lojālākus. Jaunāki cilvēki grib kļūt par labiem juristiem, bet tas nav vienīgais, ko viņi grib darīt. Viņi saprot, ka viņi grib arī papildus kaut kādu vērtību savam darbam redzēt. Viņi negrib vienkārši būt kaut kādi patērētāji, viņi arī grib kaut ko radīt, un šie bezmaksas, šie pro bono gadījumi ir ļoti, ļoti svarīgi viņiem kā advokātiem, tāpēc ļoti svarīgi, ka mēs par tiem runājam katru gadu. Bieži daudz, kas nemainās, jūs visu laiku radat tās pašas lietas, ar tām tiekat galā, bet šajos pro bono gadījumos jūs redzat tiešām liels pārmaiņas sabiedrībā, ka tie tādi ļoti nozīmīgi gadījumi, nozīmīgas lietas, un tas dod daudz enerģiju un iedvesmu, tāpēc tas nav tikai svarīgi mums kā organizācijai, bet arī mūsu kolēģiem, viņiem, lai būtu vēlme palikt kopā ar mums un izvairīties no šīs izdegšanas darbā, lai viņi redzētu, ka ir kaut kādas labas lietas, ka tiešām notiek pārmaiņas viņu darbā. Kā ir ar labumiem, ar kaut kādiem pabalstiem jūsu darbā? Pēdējos 10 gadus esmu arī bijusi iesaistījusies uzņēmumos, un es skatos, ko atbalsta konkrēti uzņēmumi, un es arī gribēju palikt kā klients kaut kādos konkrētos uzņēmumos, konkrētiem uzņēmumiem, jo es redzu, ka viņu vērtības atbilst manējām. Vai jūs redzat arī, ka jūsu klienti ir iesaistīti, jo redz, ka jūs atbalstat tādas vērtības? Protams. Vai tieši pretējais viņi iet prom, jo jūs atbalstat kaut ko tādu? Parasti, īstenībā, ja runā par ļoti tādām pretrunīgām tēmām, ļoti kontroversiālām tēmām, tas rada daudz troksni. Un ir cilvēki, kas ļoti sašūmējas, bet beigās viņiem nav īsti tāda motivācija doties prom vai izvēlēties citu pakalpojumu. Un bieži vien, parādot savas vērtības, tu iegūsti vairāk klientus, nekā tu pazaudē. Mēs Svetbankā esam tādā unikālā, mums ir tāda unikāla loma, jo mēs esam ļoti lieli, mēs esam ļoti sens uzņēmums, un mēs redzam to, ka mūsu vērtības ir vienas no svarīgākajām lietām, kas piesaista klientus un arī tos patur pie mums. Kā ir Kobaltā un Accenture, vai klienti arī ir kopā ar jums, tāpēc, ka viņi jūs atbalsta? Jā, protams. Es neesmu tādā lomā, lai runātu par tik specifiskām biznesa lietām, bet tas, ko es sajūtu un dzirdējis, ir tas, ka klienti ir vairāk ieinteresēti tieši rezultātos. Viņiem ir ļoti svarīgi, ka šie rezultāti tiek sasniegti, un viņiem nav tik ļoti svarīgi viss tas pārējais.
Un tātad manā gadījumā, piemēram, tā būtu kā pievienotā vērtība. Protams, ka galva rezultāts ir pats svarīgākais, kāds ir produkts, bet ja produkti ir līdzīgi, kāpēc gan neizvēlēties tos, kas atbalsta dažādību vai skolotājus vai vietējos sabiedrību? Man vietējā sabiedrība ir ārkārtīgi svarīga, un pat ja tas ir starptautisks uzņēmums, manā gadījumā tas būtu iemesls, kāpēc es izvēlētos, ka es gribu, lai viņi paliek tirgu, jo viņi atbalsta, piemēram, LGBT vai dzimumu līdztiesību. Es negribētu doties uz banku, kas, pieņemsim, neatbalsta dzimumu līdztiesību, kas skaidri parādītu, ka viņi to neatbalsta. Varbūt Kobalta ir piemēri. Jā, tas ir atbilstoši. Te ir vairāk līmeņi, kuros mēs varam runāt par šīm tēmām. par šo vietējo lietu. Piemēram, ja mēs paskatāmies uz dažādības hartu un paskatāmies, kas ir uzņēmumi, kas ir parakstījuši šo hartu, tad mēs redzam, ka lielākā daļa ir mūsu klienti. Un tas nozīmē, ka mums ir kopējā izpratne par šīm vērtībām. Bet vēl cita lieta, ko mēs šeit redzam arvien vairāk, un tas attiecas uz vairāk uz klientiem no ASV, ka tad, kad viņi izvēlas savus juridisko pakalpojumu sniedzējus, tad dažādība ir viens no kritērijiem, kuru viņi ņem vērā, un specifiski arī prasa, kā attiecībā uz dažādību, ko jūs esat darījuši, lai nodrošinātu dažādību. Un es redzu, ka lielas bankas arī, kad izvēlas savus sadarbības partnerus, skatās uz sociālo atbildību un šīm citām lietām. Un tas nozīmē, ka te ļoti skaidri parādās, vai nu tu esi par, vai tu neesi par. Un mēs jau tuvojamies tam virzienam, ka ja mēs gribam būt sadarbības partneri kādiem lieliem uzņēmumiem, tad tas jau ir kā obligātais nosacījums, nekā izvēles nosacījums. Jā, tātad, ja mēs skatāmies arī uz uzņēmumiem, kas iestājas par Ukrainu un kā arī mēs attiecamies pret tiem, kas neatbalsta Ukrainu un kā mēs iegādājamies produktus. Un tas ir ļoti tāds skaidrs un tajā pašā laikā tāds asps piemērs, kādā veidā mēs spriežam par šo uzņēmumu un to, kā viņi pozicionē savas vērtības. Un šeit Latvijā tas ļoti precīzi attiecas. Un šeit mēs piedalāmies Baltijas biznesa forumā, un ja mēs parunāsim par nākotni, kad lietas mainās, kā Rīgas mērs mums teica, ka man ir sapnis, ka Rīga kļūst par talantu centru, un es vēlos, lai talanti šeit būtu, lai cik atšķirīgi viņi nebūtu. Un kāds ir jūsu sapnis par Baltijas uzņēmumiem? Kāds ir uzņēmēju sapnis, kādas ir pamatvērtības? Kas ir tas, kas būtu jāizdara nākotnē? Tātad mēs gribam uzplaukt šodien, bet kas ir tas, kur mums vajadzētu attīstīties un vairāk iekļaut? Man pavisam nesen bija saruna ar vēstnieku, kurš ir strādājis visā pasaulē kā diplomāts. Un man viņš teica, ka es esmu šeit, Igaunijā, kādu laiku, un es esmu ievērojis, ka šeit sabiedrībā nav diskursa par dzimumu līdztiesību. Tādā nozīmē, ka nav tādas praktiskās diskusijas, kas sabiedrībā notiek par dzimumu līdztiesību. Cilvēki neuzskata to par problēmu, un ja tas tiek pacelta šī lieta, tad tas vairāk ir tikai tā formāli, bet es negribētu teikt, ka visās Baltijas valstīs tas ir līdzīgi, bet es domāju, ka viņiem ir taisnība, ka ir kaut kādas lietas, ko mēs uzskatām, ka mēs jau esam sasnieguši, jo vismaz cilvēki tā domā un neredz to vispār kā problēmu, bet ja mēs skatāmies dziļāk, tad patiesībā ļoti daudz, ko mēs vēl varam darīt, ja sākot, piemēram, ar uzņēmumiem, kas tiešām izvērtē, vai viņi sievietēm un vīriešiem maksā vienādi. Un tāpat par citām lietām, ko mēs varam izmērīt attiecībā uz šīm pozīcijām. Un, diemžēl, daudzos uzņēmumos pat nav ieviestas tādas algu sistēmas, kur var izvērtēt, salīdzināt un objektīvi paskatīties. Un tā ir tāda pamata lieta, kur mums vajadzētu piestrādāt, lai to sasniegtu. Jā, dīvaini, ka mums par to ir jārunā tagad 21. gadsimtā, bet jā. Sandī, kā jums šķiet? Man liekas, ka šobrīd Latvijā mēs koncentrējamies uz LGBT cilvēku tiesībām un pareizi, bet tajā pašā laikā žēl, ka tik daudz resursu un centienu mums ir jāiesaista, lai cilvēktiesību aktīvisti tiesās varētu risināt šo problēmu, kas patiesībā nav problēma. Nekādā ziņā netiek atņemtas tiesības kādām citām grupām vai kādas naudas no budžeta. Tas vienkārši ir kādas grupas tātad tiesības, un mēs ļoti gribētu cerēt, kā ātri un efektīvi tas tiktu atrisināts, un mēs varētu resursus veltīt citām tēmām, kas arī ir svarīgas. Un man šķiet, ka Latvijā kā sabiedrība problēma ir attiecībā uz cilvēkiem ar invaliditāti. Mēs patiesībā neko īpaši neesam darījuši, lai palīdzētu šiem cilvēkiem, lai gan viņiem ir tiesības uz papīra, bet realitātē lielākā daļa no viņiem nespēja izmantot šīs fundamentālās tiesības, kuras mēs pieņemam kā kaut ko pašsaprotamu per se. Un tāpēc mans sapnis ir par to, ka atrisināsim tās lietas, kuras var ātri atrisināt, beigsim par tām runāt un koncentrēsimies uz tām lietām, kuras patiešām ir svarīgas un kur tiešām ir nepieciešama mūsu resursi, lai uzlabotu situāciju un to cilvēku dzīvi. Un līdz brīdim, kamēr mēs visi būsim patiešām brīvi un vienlīdzīgi. No mūsu puses, attiecībā uz dzimumu līdztiesību, mums ir mērķis uzstādīts, lai mūsu uzņēmumā līdz 25. gadam būtu šī 50-50 proporcija. Tas ir viens solis, un mēs tagad arī Lietuvā esam iegājuši, un mūsu sapnis ir arī tur attīstīties un augt un veiksmīgi to darīt. Un arī iespējams ietekmēt sabiedrību tieši tādā pašā veidā, kā Accenture to ir izdarījis Rīgā mūsu birojos. Bet kopumā, vispārīgi runājot, es gribētu teikt, ka mums joprojām ir ļoti daudz jāstrādā attiecībā uz dažādību un iekļaušanu. Mums ir jāpalielina iesaist, mums ir nepieciešami šie vadības līderi, kuru, piemēram, varētu sekot, kas varbūt mums mazliet tik veiksmīgi neiet. Un tas varētu būt mūsu galvenais mērķis, tātad palielināt šo redzamību un sākt sarunas un diskusijas. Vakardien mūsu zviedru kolēģis konferencē, kur kāds cilvēks prasīja viņai, vai viņi varētu pieminēt kādu citu uzņēmumu, kas arī šādi rīkojas, un tad pareizi rīkojas. Un tad viņi atbildēja, ka viss uzņēmumi pareizi rīkojas, viens nav labāks par sliktu, bet mums ir jākoncentrējas uz saziņu, komunikācijas savstarpēji. Tieši tāpat kā arī mēs mēģinam veidot saikni ar dažādiem uzņēmumiem, runāt par dažādību, palīdzēt citiem uzņēmumiem sasniegt šos mērķus kopā. Un tas varētu būt galvenais. Un arī tas attiecas uz to, ka runāt skaļi, tātad kā šis biznesa forums to iedvesmo Swedbank, un tas ir lieliski, ja kaut ko mēs daram uzņēmumu iekšienē, bet man patīk, kā Printful, kas ļoti aktīvi pauž uz āru to, ko viņi dara, piedalās Pride, un ne tikai piedalās šajā LGBT konferencē, bet arī citās konferencēs. Un no žurnālistas perspektīvas es tiešām priecājos redzēt, ka uzņēmumi paliek arvien dzirdamāk, ne tikai iekšpusē, bet arī ārpusē, un palīdz, pieņemsim, juristi palīdz NVO un citos virzienos, un arī attiecībā uz sociālo mediju lietojumu. Kad es kļuvu par aktīvistu, pirms 20 gadiem mums nebija Instagram vai Facebook, un es atceros, kā mēs devāmies pie laikraksta un runājām ar viņiem par konferencēm. Un šodien, piemēram, mēs varam pacelt sociālos mēdījos, varam pacelt rokas, mēs varam ierakstīt šos tvītus Twitterī un citas lietas. Tas ir pavisam citādi, un tieši tāpat arī uzņēmumā. Un pirms mēs beigsim, es tagad gribētu lūgt auditorijai, vai jums ir kādi jautājumi, vai jūs vēlaties kaut kādu jautājumu uzdot, vai kaut ko komentēt, vai kaut ko piebilst. Tātad lūdzu iepazīstiniet ar sevi, un kāds ir jūsu vārds, un kuram jautājums. Mani sauc Līva. Un es gribētu prasīt jebkuram no jums, kas varētu atbildēt uz jautājumu, tātad cik efektīvs un atbilstoši dažādība un iekļaušana uzņēmumā ir lasīt CV bez šīm specifiskajām lietām. Tad kā jūs izvērtējat, vai jūs izvērtējat CV un tātad vai jūs lasāt CV tātad specifiski, kur nevar redzēt šo informāciju. Jā, bet mums tātad Mara runāja un arī tiecībā ar darba likumu tika runāts, bet varbūt, ka jūs varat atbildēt no likuma perspektīvas. Šis Latvijā ir kaut kas pilnīgi jauns un mums visiem ir jādomā par šo tēmu. Un šī ir viena no problēmām, kur, ja jūs lasāt rakstus par dažādību, tad tas ir rekomendēts ieteikumu līmenī. Un kas vēl tiek uzsvērts šajos dokumentos, ir tas, ka mēs neesam ļauni, bet vienkārši ir tā, ka neapzināti mēs nosveramies par labu vienai vai otrai pusē un sākam domāt, vai tad mēs tagad varēsim pielāgot, pieņemsim mūsu biroja vidi, pieņemsim cilvēkam ar kādiem kustību traucējumiem un tā tālāk. Tā kā es gribētu teikt, ka tas ir kaut kas, ko mums visiem padomāt. Un šis pilnīgi noteikti varētu būt labs instruments, kādā veidā padarīt mūsu darba vietas dažādākas nekā tās ir, bet es domāju, ka Latvijā šobrīd tas ir kaut kas tāds, ko mēs tikai sākam, par ko mēs tikai sākam domāt, un mums paies laiks, kamēr mēs nokļūsim šajā vietā, pilnīgi noteikti. No praktiskās perspektīvas, tātad šie anonīmā pieņemšana darbā, aklā pieņemšana darbā ir kaut kas, par ko mēs runājam, un mēs esam arī izmēģinājuši, bet tas sarežģītākais tajā visā ir tas, ka tas ir grūti. Tā ziņā, ka cilvēkiem ir tendence ielikt visu CV, pat ja tas netiek prasīts. Nu, piemēram, mēs daudzas lietas neprasam. Ja mēs vienkārši gribam redzēt jūs kontaktu informāciju un darba pieredzi, bet cilvēki ieliek visu savu dzīvi, uzliek uz šī papīra. Un tas vienkārši tāds ieradums ir. Un tad kā tad uzņēmums ar to var darboties, ja jūs gribat anonimizēt, tad ir nepieciešams varbūt speciālu programmatūru, ja jūs pieņemat darbā, un tad kā to organizēt. Un tur ir sarežģības. Ir tādas platformas, kur to atbalsta, bet tās arī nav vēl perfekti ideāli izstrādātas. Tā kā tur ir praksē diezgan grūti šo anonīmo procesu nodrošināt, bet es domāju, ka tas ir iespējams. Vai jūs esat mēģinājuši to? Jā, bet pilotu projekti, kurus mēs organizējām, es nevaru teikt, ka rezultāts būtu citā gadījumā atšķirīgs. Es nedomāju, ka mums bija pietiekoši daudz testa grupu, kuru mēs tad pārbaudījām. Bet pilnīgi noteikti tas ir virziens, kurā mēs ilgtermiņā gribētu iet, bet tehniski tas ir sarežģīti, tāpēc, ka mums ir daudz vakants, ļoti daudz pieņemam darbā, un lai to visu anonimizētu, tad tas kaut kādā veidā ir jāpadara automātisks. Vai ir vēl kādam jautājumi? Pavisam īsts jautājums. Kas bija visgrūtākais jums, lai iekļautu šo dažādības vadību? Tātad pats grūtākais, praktiskais šis darbs. Kam jautājums? Marē? Visiem. Tātad visgrūtākais, kas jums bija negatīvā pieredze, ieviešot un vadot šo dažādību. Tas nebūs par organizāciju, bet personīgi man, tā kā es esmu arī no LGBT, tad manā gadījumā tas bija šis pirmais korporatīvais pasākums, kur es devos ar savu dzīvesbiedru. Tas bija tik sarežģīti, lai gan mani kolēģi iedrošinājumu, vadību iedrošinājumu, bet atvērtās durvis un ieiet, tas bija sarežģīti. Bet, kad es to izdarīju, tad tas bija tiešām ļoti, ļoti labi. Un pirms 2-3 gadiem, kad es redzēju atkal ir kāds korporatīvais pasākums un papildus un blakus mums bija vēl 2-3 tādi pāri, un tad es saprotu, ka tas bija tā vērts. Tā kā tas nav tikai par organizāciju, bet tas ir mans personīgais, man personīgais ieskats, man personīgā grūtākā lieta. Jā, Marija, jums ir ilga pieredze. Grūtākā lieta ir bijusi mainīt domāšanas veidu, tāpēc, ka tad, kad mēs sākām šo dažādības ieviešanu mūsu uzņēmumā, tīpaši Baltijā 2015. gadā, tad bija ļoti daudz tādi iesīkstējuši domāšanas veidi, kas bija jāmaina un jāpielāgo. Un bija nepieciešams apmācīt vadītājus, un tas nebija viegli, bet tas tajā pašā laikā nes rezultātus, un mēs atkārtojam, un jāatceras ir tas, ka ir iemesls, kāpēc šie dažādības apmācības ir bēdīgi slavens korporatīvajā pasaulē. Jo tiem ir tāda slikta reputācija. Un tas nozīmē, ka ir nepieciešams to darīt tādā veidā, lai tiešām cilvēkos rastos empātija un lai mēs arī parunātu par psiholoģiju, kas aiz tā visi ir. Jo tāpēc, ka ir iemesls, kāpēc cilvēki tā uzvedas un kāpēc viņi domā tā, kā viņi domā. Tā kā vienkārši tikai pateikt, ka nē, tu neko nesaproti, tu nezini, tas nekādā ziņā nepalīdzēs un cilvēks nepārtrauks tā domāt. Ir nepieciešams tiešām būt gudram un izdomāt. Un lūdzu, vēl jautājums. Tātad tie, kas jūs skatāties tiešsaistē, tad jums jāpaņem mikrofons, lai varētu dzirdēt. Esmu Pipiķa no Rīgas Tehniskās universitātes pētniece. Jautājums Marai. Es neticu, ka banka nav sarēķinājusi tātad šīs investīcijas dažādības pārvaldībai. Tātad kādi ir tie skaitļi, cik jūs investējat? Jo es zinu, ka Latvijā tātad 6 gadus tas tiek darīts, bet vai jūs esat aprēķinājusi tātad šīs finansiālās? Protams, ka Igaunijā jau viss ir labāk. Patiesībā jūs tieši norādījāt uz kaut ko es šobrīd arī strādāju ar ilgtspējas departamentu, un tas ir tas, ko mēs kaut kādu laiku neesam tātad darījuši, bet kā jau jūs norādāt, tas jau kļūst par normu, un tas ir kaut kas, ko vajadzētu darīt, un tāpēc arī es esmu šobrīd procesā, kur es cenšos saprast un tad iegūt šos rezultātus. Diemžēl es nevaru atbildēt uzreiz tagad, jo es vienkārši nezinu. Bet mēs pēc tam paskatīsimies, kāda ir patiesā cena, kad mēs neiekļaujam visus. Lieliski, ja mums nav vairāk jautājumu, tad es varu veidot tādu kā kopsavilkumu, un tā tad atslēgas vārds ir drošība. Visiem ir nepieciešams justies droši darbā, lai viņi varētu būt produktīvāki un mazāk garīgās un mentālās veselības problēmas, un arī aspekts par to, ka mēs lietas darām brīvprātīgi, un arī tas, ka tātad viss ir šajos sīkumos, pieņemsim šī vārda zīmīte ar varavīksni, un arī pavisam praktiskas lietas, veidot šo dažādības nedēļu, organizēt seminārus, un man patika šī doma, ka tātad cilvēki parāda savu dažādību. Jā, tātad, kā jau runāju par to, ka mēs brīvprātīgi iesaistamies, mēs piesaistam vadītājus un cenšamies arī risināt šīs dzimuma līdztiesības jautājumus un arī to darīt ātri, jo, lai mēs varētu pieķerties tiešām tām sasāpējušām lietām, piemēram, arī karš Ukrainā ir parādījis, ka mums ir iespēja mainīt lietas ātri, lai padarītu mūs vienotus. Tad, ja mēs visi vienojamies atbalstot Ukrainu, nav vairs svarīgi kāds dzimums vai kāda ādas krāsa. Paldies, ka jūs pievienojāties šim paneļa diskusijai. Paldies par to, ko jūs darat jūsu uzņēmumos, un ceru, ka jūsu sapņi piepildīsies. Un tagad mums ir pārtraukums, mums ārpusē ir kafija un mūzika, un mēs atgriezīsimies atpakaļ 11:15.
Hello from Fonstedtska Villa. In the first part, we already heard a panel discussion about how to implement diversity in companies and how much we gain or lose by being open and open to diversity. We already saw a presentation by a Swedbank Group representative how to implement this diversity inclusion. We found out that some kind of common setups are not possible to be used everywhere, but this is a way how to start this conversation and how to not just gain emotional welfare, but also profit. And I think this Baltic diversity forum is specific and important because we are waiting for the results, and we have now awaited them already. In the second part, we will have a presentation by Evija Štorca, partner of KPMG Latvia, on the research study, The True Cost of Intolerance, LGBTQ Perspective. So let's wait her on stage. Yes, finally, the moment is here. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. We at KPMG, we calculated the true cost of intolerance in Latvia, and our research was really about inclusive policy, its effect on people's welfare, on the economy, and welfare and society as a whole. And we would like to now address the society, policymakers, companies. We want to give information to the society about the benefits of inclusive environment. Also, we want to give ideas to companies of what they can gain by becoming inclusive, and also about some kind of losses these companies may have by not implementing inclusivity, and how that could affect the productivity of their workers. And we would like to give policymakers these data about real facts and data about how a lack of inclusivity affects our growth and economy. And now we are talking about these issues about how to include, how to be diverse, and least of all, of course, we have to talk to the LGBTQ plus and human rights activists and protectors about how to talk about new arguments and new discussions about this topic. Now let's return to this discrimination idea. So discrimination is how to avoid people gaining some kind of rights. So intolerance is a lack of understanding and being very intolerant of giving equal opportunities to everyone. Today we are talking about intolerance, and we want to focus on how UN defines intolerance, how that doesn't allow people to express themselves fully in their lives. So in international research, we found that inclusivity and economic growth is connected. So from one side, inclusivity grows our wealth, and we know that a person who is happy and content can use his skills, knowledge, and abilities well, and they can be more productive in their life, in their work life. Thus, companies grow their productivity, and as such also the whole economy. But economic development also causes economic demand to include more people, include people who have differences, and we need to respect them. So in countries where economy is well developed and people have welfare and economic security, the whole society then demands inclusivity. So it works in both ways, and that is an important element that policymakers should understand and then include in the economic growth context. So where are we now in Latvia? So very shortly, we see that there are good things happening in SKDS data. We see that the society is becoming more inclusive, but in the legal framework, there are problems. We see that in research as well. And we see that Latvian economy growing, and we see that these are the things that we are still lacking in compared to, for example, Lithuania and Estonia, as you can see here. And I think it's important to address it in the context of inclusivity. So the total number of people in Latvia is decreasing, and decreasing the number of people who are in working age are decreasing. So the total number of people are decreasing, and those who are actively working is decreasing. So Latvia, compared to Lithuania and Estonia, are still working or living in an environment where more and more people are leaving Latvia. So that is the information that makes us ponder more about these issues, that we cannot afford to not include a part of a society in our environment, in our workspaces. We see that also Latvia has one of the highest suicide rates in European Union, and the Latvian Doctors Society says that 80% of suicides are as a result of depression. And official statistics, we do not see Latvia on top of this depression scale, but actually Latvia is one of the depression is one of the most popular causes of these issues, and just because it hasn't been defined as such and there are not a lot of data doesn't mean that it doesn't exist in Latvia. So a lot of people say that they have been depressed, and there is a comparison with the situation between Latvia and European Union. And in Latvia, this trend is higher. So we see also that in Latvia, the problem is really severe. So there is also another scale that you see on the screen here about that Latvia is one of the lowest numbers of healthy life years affected by lifestyle, including alcohol consumption. That is also, of course, linked to psycho-emotional state of mind. So that is another thing that should be looked at. So we created a methodology how we can calculate economic effect by not including LGBTQ groups. So we based this methodology on facts about human capital, and also to the competitiveness of the country. I will talk more about this human capital, and of course not everything can be included. We really based our methodologies on international research that have been proven, but of course we don't have data about all of these factors. So in our research, we set out the most important factors that affect, so we can have data to back it up. So when talking about human capital, we looked at the number of people, that there are a lot of suicides, there's immigration, also that Latvia cannot attract as many people from abroad, so we haven't enjoyed this inclusivity. Then there are the factors concerning development professionally, about education. There are many factors connected to humans' health, how it affects our productivity, and a lot of it is connected to psycho-emotional health. And then there are factors connected to additional healthcare cost. Those who have, for example, problems with their psycho-emotional state of mind, they have problems with this. So we carried out quantification methods, and concerning business environment, that is one of the factors of competitiveness of the state. We really looked at how that affects the state and the environment that we live in. So what are the results? As I said, there are 5 factors. We calculated this economic cost. They are connected to people's health, mostly psycho-emotional health, then depression, how much does it cost, how it's linked to alcoholism, then another factor about immigration cost, then about the productivity loss. So here we see this calculation and the result. This economic loss in these 5 aspects. I would like to focus your attention on the fact that we don't have full data on many aspects, but so we tried and used the data that are accessible, that is calculated and collected from Latvia. And also we used, as I said, these international research methods that have this internationally accessible data that also has data about Latvia. So these are the cost, these economic cost of inequality and intolerance. We cannot really just name one number because there are 5 elements shown here. There are, of course, many more elements that affect it, and there are, of course, loss of data, but we have calculated this effect from 278 million to 656 million. So that is the minimal and the maximum calculation of the economic cost of intolerance. So this amount is calculated based on percentage. So if there are 5% of LGBTQ people in society, and if we presume that LGBTQ is closer to 10%, then we get to this maximum calculation. So we have looked in the context of other countries and their research, and we see that in other countries where this intolerance level is lower, their calculation of loss of economic gain is also lower, of course. So that was shortly about what we calculated. I would like to also add that we have identified several topics where we will continue to research and make surveys and based on the result that we have, we want to give recommendations how to move towards a more inclusive society that fosters growth and well-being and also economic growth of companies. We see that it is important that politicians change their opinions and that the society change their opinions, that it becomes more inclusive. So part of the recommendations is directed towards the attitude of politicians and society members. And another important element is to include LGBT plus people in everyday life. So it is important to include them in our everyday life, in our work life, for example, in providing services, etc. And about recommendations about the death rate. So we advise the state to collect data about suicides, to have information about the proportion of suicides and how many young people are committing suicide, to define some kind of steps of action, how to solve this problem. We also ask to have more informative and educational activities, how to educate heads of educational institutions, how to make sure that they are inclusive in their institution, how to decrease this bullying, and how to identify depression and signs of suicide, how to educate people about what happens when there is a suicide attempt. Now talking about immigration, we actually are joining those initiatives that are very current right now. We are inviting to register those who are living together, not for them not to leave the country but to stay here. We advise for the public sector to be more informed, more knowledgeable, so everyone can have very adequate services from the public sector. So when talking about the health of people, we really focus on collection of data. We want the state sector to have information and data about health problems of people, so that we can have more precise data and support programs for people, so that the strain on the economy can be lessened. And then last of all, about businesses, we are inviting the public sector to become more inclusive and to show with their example these good things, these benefits of inclusive society, and to educate companies about what you can gain from these different ideas, how to become more innovative, thus to make our economic value better. So now about the good examples from the businesses. The best practices are actually in international companies, those who have these long-term strategies, those companies who have their workers as a cherished people, workers that work with them. So then we see, by including inclusivity in their company, we see that there is a benefit economically as well. So we see what these companies can do to lessen inequality and intolerance. You see that on the screen here, and in most companies it can be implemented. Each company can educate their workers, show their attitude about how to include others, and each company can post this in their application forms and how to use these inclusive, inclusive language. So I would like to say that with this research, we hope that Latvia will become more inclusive, to value each person. They are a value to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Evija Šturce from KPMG. And Evija has 17 years experience in consulting companies and analyzing their performance, and therefore I'm asking her to stay on the stage for the discussion. And another speaker in the panel discussion will be Jurijs Spiridonovs, who is an economist, associated professor at RISEBA. And our plan is to discuss what we just heard and the real impact on economy and recommendations for that. So the floor is yours. So we had heard very specific data, very specific recommendations, and they are in line what we discussed in the previous panel. So now I will ask you, but I believe that you will have a very, very fruitful conversation. I will just ask some additional questions, and also those who are sitting next to us, listening to us, you can also ask questions. And we also have one more spot, so you can join us. And before this event, we agreed that we will not throw a lot of numbers at you, but I will start with numbers. So 280 million for many individuals in Latvia, they are listening. Oh, 300 million, 280 million. So what is it? What does it mean? Can we turn this into some showing, some other ways? Okay, I can return back to my slide if it's possible. So we also compared this impact with, for example, GDP ratio, and we showed this number here. So comparing this impact, so this is 0.85% of GDP up to 2% from GDP. And this is just for the comparison to understand this amount, because of course, not all this amount is losses per 1 year, which can be gained straight away, but this is in the context. And we have also compared it with the healthcare budget, which is also a significant, and it also comprises a significant part from the healthcare budget, which we spend every year. Okay, those who haven't studied macroeconomics with me, I will explain. So those 300 million, they are turned into taxes in economy. And so it means that the state cashes those taxes from you and me. And Latvia does it in quite a low numbers compared with the northern countries, but about 30% get into the taxes. So we are talking about 100 million per year at the minimum. This is what the state doesn't get in taxes. And how are taxes spent? Of course, we understand that everybody is stealing. I can hear it in all taxes and everywhere that everybody is stealing, and there is also bribery and so on. But if we talk seriously, these are pensions and these are benefits, roads, something we are not satisfied with. And so we can see 100 million which are not received. And also my mother-in-law came to support me, and she was actually living in the US, and she has taught me how to calculate those numbers in a longer period, because in the US, when they are asked how much money do you make, they usually say a salary per year, not per month. And if we speak about 100 million, this is per year turned in 200 million, and within 5 years it's 1 billion. And this is Latvian Nokia 1 billion that the state could receive in taxes and use for solving some productive issues. Am I correct? Yes, absolutely correct. Thank you for your explanation. I believe that this context is very important, and also impact on taxes, on well-being and welfare in our country. This is very direct. Also, another thing to explain why during the Pride Week I look like this, not in this colorful t-shirts. This is to show that migration is also very important. My work is in London. I live in London. I work in London. I am linked to Latvia, but I am in London. And I wanted to show that we look like this as well. We are like this. I could have been here. I could have earned money here and paid taxes here. But a lot of my colleagues whom I meet in London look like this on a daily basis. They work in a very prestigious positions. They have emotional connection with the country. They have relatives and friends in Latvia, but they have their life. And this is great to be a revolutionary person, but not everyone is like that. You will just want to live your life peacefully. And therefore this migration, what is most, it is impacting us a lot, and I want to talk about it. Yes, that's what I wanted to say, that one is immigration costs, but also how Mr. Martin Staķis, the mayor, when he started the forum, he said that his dream is to have talents here. And it is very hard to calculate Yuri's costs, but I have QR people who live outside of Latvia. There is somebody who works in Broadway, the theater manager. And I was thinking that it would be great to get him back to Latvia with his fantastic experience. He could work in our theater management, and his numbers. This is impossible to calculate, and also with Yuri's. I am really grateful that you come here, but this is impossible to calculate those losses because of those talents who have left. We can maybe calculate taxes, which they could have paid. For example, they created Printful, which brings millions back into the budget. But when you mentioned about these numbers, I was thinking about oncology, for example. This is not arranged. And if we had all this money, we could have saved so many lives. Also, I wanted to emphasize that we have a lack of data, because in this aspect we were not able to compare from immigration. So from this average immigration, what is the proportion of LGBT plus? And we assume that this is 5 to 10% of all the cases of immigration, that those are LGBT plus. But if we had the real data, in fact, how many people of all these who have immigrated is LGBT plus, maybe these estimates would be different, even higher and even worse for the economy in Latvia, and losses would be higher. And these estimates were done based on the average spending per household. We just needed to operate with the data we had at our disposal to adjust those estimates. But if we talk about these numbers, this is a very cautious estimates, and the real impacts we can hear through the stories, for example, about a talent who has left Latvia to be in the Broadway theater management, and also doctors' impact that could have brought a lot more for our country. And in reality, there are few people who expect from economists. We do not expect something mystically, but we expect that these economists, they will be able to calculate everything down to every euro cent. yeah, we can do this, but we don't always believe in what we have done. So in many cases, we start our research with stories about Poland, Ukraine, Romania, Hungary, and you will see that they start everything with practical examples, with stories to outline the context, because these Broadway examples, also maybe my example and other examples where we speak about great talents and huge potential impact on the whole economy and economics, and this is very important, and those are very important as stories in this context, and we shouldn't be afraid that we are unable to identify some numbers, because one of the things researchers very often speak about in foreign countries, also in the UK, at the very high level, managers, they don't have enough training for this. And this sounds weird, but if you go to the some medium company in Latvia and talk about LGBT, most possibly you will hear one sentence: yes, I support gay and lesbian. I would say yes, but it's not enough that you are supporting gay and lesbian people. What is something practical that you are doing? If there is no training, we cannot get to the statistics, because nobody understands what is in this statistic, what has to be revealed and reflected, so that we are able to calculate something. If we look at the training, I would look from the wider angle. I would ask the companies to train their employees and also managers about several aspects, about all aspects of diversity. And that would also increase understanding and awareness about needs of LGBT. So I believe that moving towards training, sharing experience, also sharing experience during this forum, is exactly what we need in order to be more aware, educated, and to be more inclusive towards various groups of the society. Last year, there was a training about inclusive theater. So for people who are impaired vision and also with hearing disabilities, there were organized trainings, and they announced this training, but they then were curious how many people would apply. And actually, representatives from all of the theaters applied. And this is because some groups are excluded from the theater because there are one step or two steps, and you need another assistant to help those people to be able to go to the theater. And talking about this training, if you organize this training, there are people apply and they want to learn about it. And some other things for Latvia, some things might seem that we are tolerant and we are thinking about many groups, but if you think about people who are blind, how many opportunities to enjoy culture, they are so deprived of all this. And now I would like to ask if anybody from the audience has any comments. So introduce yourself, and who are you asking this question to? My name is Victoria Starnik. I am a HR head in Standard Baltic, and you can choose who answers. So immigration costs. But you also spoke about Broadway and this theater. So what about these estimates? Because we cannot compare this salary in Latvia, in the same theater in Latvia and in Broadway. So how did you do these estimates? How can you understand that this number is not because this is not inclusion, but maybe because we are not competitive in terms of salaries? I could start answering, also referring to the economist who said that we have to start with some assumptions. And this is the basis, the foundation, how we start making those estimates within some research. And like I said, accessibility of data is one of the largest challenges why it was not so easy to do this study, this research, and we needed also to look at what other countries have done in this issue. And if we talk about context of the immigration costs, we operated with data available to us, and we made very cautious assumptions. And the number is it is proportion from the people emigrated, and that could be the part of LGBT, and we used the costs that are incurred by households in Latvia. And if we talk about potential benefits we lose, this is not the level we estimated, so it was not included. This is important to understand and to, of course, to speak about it more and to be aware of it, but this lost income was not our goal, which we quantified at this moment, but this definitely is very important discussion which you initiated, which has to be continued. And as an example, very practical example, in Latvia, I earned more. Average salary in London, if somebody is planning to move, is 24 or 25 pounds. But the apartment cost per month is 1,500 to 2,000 pounds, and then you can calculate how much is left. So nothing. So it means you live in commune. Or you need to receive to earn a lot more. So do all people leave Latvia because they are representatives of LGBT? No, also they go for other reasons and also some money issues and so on. But many people who are in Latvia, they are because, and I will tell a very practical example. So we are speaking about inclusion. What is inclusion on a daily basis? So this is just a simple conversation on a workplace. Somebody is asking, what are you going to do on the weekend? And 10 years ago, in order for me to answer this question, I would need just to come out of the wardrobe. I would need to tell, me together with my partner, and then everybody faints, and we would do this and that and that. And this is a question how this person in the workplace cannot participate in this very simple conversation. And this is inclusion, that on a daily basis, we sometimes don't understand it, that people are totally outside of our scope of conversation, and they are somehow trying to make up an answers. They are saying, oh, I have no plans. They have a lot of plans, but they just say, I have no plans. And this is what we have to understand, that on a daily basis, we don't understand how many people and in what extent those people are not involved, because we have not created an environment that they can honestly say that me together with my husband, we are planning to clean our flat. And this is a normal, something normal that people are expecting. And so answering to your question, due to this psychological comfort, even though if I'm losing financially, you try to be somewhere else. And of course, if we speak about the economics, those Broadway estimates are not included. Like sometimes it is said that the average salary is raised because our parliament members have increased their salaries. No, it's not like that. The story is simply about that here are no extreme indicators. There are just average indicators for people with average income, not super rich people or stories of super talents which are incorporated somewhere here. Also, previously I showed that immigration impacts that Latvia is unable to attract this LGBT part of society because we are not inclusive and there is this cost of intolerance. And partially this is story of Broadway and some other stories. And again, we lack data. We have not quantified it, but it is important to understand it and change our environment and to be able to attract talents. And now again, I return back to this correlation between economic development and inclusion. So to promote economic development by attracting talents. Also, another practical example, I guess all of you know, Mr. Malkovich wasn't receiving Riga Dials Theatre salary. He received the salary he deserves in the country where he works, and he was sent by the country that sent him here. And other companies, for example, Microsoft and so on, they are paying their salaries here to people, but they will not send somebody who doesn't feel safe here. And if I want to develop my career, I will not go to certain countries where I'm not tolerated. So can I be represented, for example, if I have a company, can I be represented in the countries where my employees don't want to go? They don't want to work there. And this is a problem with talents. This is not just a question about salary. My name is Agate. I represent Bologna in Brussels International. And my question is, in this research, do you also look at intolerance level in relation to the age groups? I just simply would like to see that with LGBT plus activities and so on, that you have reached a level that among young people something has improved. Because in my experience, I have also worked in the educational sector, and I have seen, I don't remember whether it was a girl or a boy, but there was a class, and they actually accepted him within 1 month, and it wasn't the most popular school in Riga or something. It was a simple school. So did you include in your research anything related to the age groups? Thanks God that we have TikTok. I believe that this young generation, they communicate faster and they change the dynamics, of course. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we are 1.8, 1.9 million less than we were in 1935. And we are a little, not many of us, and this is the first research, by the way, in this area in Latvia, finally, after so many years. And I believe that it was quite hard to make this division between groups, and also a decision how I would live here, it's not taken by teenagers. The decision is made by those who are older than me if I'm a teenager. So basically, for me, it is very important to understand what is in their heads and to understand how does it impact my daily life and how does it impact it.
So we also looked at trends, dynamics, when it comes to the society's attitude towards LGBT+. And in this graphic that I opened here on screen, this attitude is becoming better and more positive, more inclusive. But we also saw that this intolerance has decreased in the responses that we collected, but we are right now working with the whole situation. So of course, we did not look at what part of society affected, but I think the trend includes the fact that people are growing, the new part of society is growing, the older part of society is changing their views, and I'm of course happy about that. Then there is another thing that we should talk about, that there is a story about inequality or intolerance that we have not mentioned, but it's not important that you are a part of society, that you have to be included or not. It's important that whether you have someone in your family who are part of that group, or a friend of yours is part of that group, or a relative of your friend has someone from that group, the more people appear in our families or our friends' families from this group, then that there are less questions about that. Someone's friend, someone has maybe not just from LGBTQ, but maybe also with some kind of impairments, who have some kind of, for example, hearing impairment. The more there are people around us that we know who have these issues, the more we understand them. And that is another important aspect that we should take into account. In the first panel, we talked about that the goal could be an empathic society. So, Jana, you can ask a question. Yes, my name is Jana Sinovska. I'm from the party Progressiva. It is self-evident that inequality and intolerance really costs us a lot. So what ideas do you want to give to policymakers to decrease this intolerance, and what could be the first, second, or third thing to take into account for LGBTQ plus people to feel safe in Latvia? So that is a very broad question, but maybe you can answer describing your own personal view. Of course, we want to create a better understanding for policymakers. What are these important things that really cost us, and to use these arguments that these factors are backed by science, by research. So the goal would be to work on regulations that are directed towards the goal that Latvia isn't left, so people don't leave Latvia, that people can register their cohabitation or living together. And now again, also about psycho-emotional health and well-being that is being affected by intolerance. So to create understanding, to get data about these differences, and to focus attention towards the next step, to create supportive programs and environments that make sure that people feel safe here, comfortable, and of course their well-being affects their productivity and the overall productivity of the economy. So I think Yuri can comment, but I think, can you pinpoint, have you seen these aspects in policy brochures or party plans? I don't really care where does it appear, in which part of the pamphlet of political party. I don't care. I am in Latvia as a free person. I can't register a fact that I am married. I am considered single in Latvia. I could now legally marry a woman, and that is a fact. And I think I can just give thanks to the policymakers about that, about this whole situation. But if we're talking about specific topics, I think for policymakers, this is a question about economy. So it is important for me to say as an economist that well, don't you have any political priorities? There's money lying around waiting for you to take it. So if we start to look at it from this point of view, maybe that will change people's minds. Of course, it may not happen like that, but there is a possibility. I see that there are raised hands in the back. So, but when talking about policy, maybe in the environment of business and in bank environment, I think the community is represented not just by itself. The community can be also represented by another person outside that group that is an ally. And also in British English, they used sponsor, but actually sponsor as a supporter. So we have a high standing person in the bank who is a sponsor, who supports this part of a society, our community, who participates in our events, who demonstrate their participation, their support, showing that this is a part of the society that is important to them. So that really leaves this understanding in people's eyes that this is a type of support. I don't know whether a person in the LGBTQ community can go to a policymaker and talk about it. I think the state system should think about that, about this support. So I have another question that I think it has been so neglected for so long. Maybe the companies, the large companies who support this whole process will participate by saying that they want the parliament to accept this regulation. So how can it be that in 2022 we still cannot resolve this issue quickly? I think there is no problem. There are families like this. Some have families with just one son, one daughter, or there are different types of families. They take so many forms, and the parliament should wake up and vote on this issue. So I think the next panel will talk about this, about activism by businesses themselves. So do any of you want to respond? Okay, that was more of a comment. Okay, so now the next person. So Yuri, I don't really know you personally, but can you please answer this? Can you comment on this issue? I think that was a kind of a sexist comment by saying that you would marry a woman, because we have champions, and we are Latvia's champions among those who have a percentage of women in the workspace. So what could be the benefit of having this the new regulation in place about living together? So I think economy doesn't really just consist of stars. It is set up of taxpayers, and those are irregular people. So how can you comment that? So maybe I can start by saying that for economy to, so you have, okay, so we can start by saying that many of you have come here, many of you are listening. Actually, those who are listening to us online, maybe that is the main audience that I try to talk to. So I really apologize to everyone, but it is important to show economic or legal problem. You have to show extreme examples. These extreme examples allow people to understand what is wrong. that is why I use this example of marriage, that I can get a report saying that I am single, I'm not married, and then I can get married. That is a system that is happening right now. Is that normal? No. Of course, I won't use this situation to do that, but maybe that is a comment that could maybe let someone who switched on this broadcast or this live stream and listened to what I was saying, and maybe that would click to that person, that he would understand, oh, that is the real issue, that is an issue. So now I'm just talking about this problem. We tried in our team to understand and show this problem in economic terms, and we cannot really get large companies, because large companies are worried that they would send workers who would be sent here and they wouldn't feel safe here. So that is an issue. And that is the economic issue. So that is why I am here in a suit, sitting here. And of course, I am also a regular person. I am sitting here talking about these issues, but we are not really talking about these mystical, fictional people. We are actually not allowing to include people who can be very productive, who would go to your store and go to a store maybe led by a very conservative person and buy their products. We are talking about these GDPs and economic and these large numbers, but I want to show that there are these real economic issues connected to that. Not just immigration, of course, but at the rate of suicides, psychological effects. This is lack of productivity. People feel ill, they can't work, and they have to leave. Of course, not everyone can leave. They have to stay, but we saw during COVID how expensive this psychological care is. We also saw during research that there are countries that made research about the economic loss of not having weddings. So, of course, some other countries also look at different kind of aspects of pandemic and how that affects the economy. So maybe reacting to the discussion, I think it is important by looking at these numbers to understand that these are data about macroeconomics, but I think we should look at these individual families as well. So those who are not part of this community, they can't really understand it. For example, there's a family, there are children who cannot really use these benefits that the state gives to families because you're not a family. You don't get benefits about owning a property. You cannot have benefits for example, solar panels, because you're not a family. You cannot get these benefits that the state allows. So for some people, maybe this is an emotional issue, but for others, this money is a huge thing, and politicians really choose not to see it. Yes, we in the first panel, we want to talk about how businesses have to be open to diversity and about loyalty, etc., etc. But actually, this regulation or lack thereof is about Latvian loyalty towards the state. Of course, you can love the country, but when you once knock on the door and nobody answers, and then you keep on knocking and still no one answers you, and or pretends that you're not there. So then there's this disappointment. Of course, you're talking about really good things. I think the problem is that in some cases we have to say that there are things that are possible. For example, if I get ill, I go to the hospital, my husband with a document can visit me, but let's be logical. There are different people here. Like, do you walk around with these documents signed by lawyers? Is your first thought, oh, now, okay, my husband is in the hospital, now I have to go to my house, take the document and go to him? Politicians always say that, oh, this can be a solution, but no, these politicians don't walk around by these documents signed by lawyers, but they want us to do that. Yes, you're right. We are knocking once, twice, a third time, then we don't want to continue to knock. There are a lot of people who feel depression. Maybe they have a lack of education or a lack of supportive environment, and it is really difficult for them to leave. And those who can leave, they're lucky, but those who can't, their productivity is decreasing. They don't have a wish to grow, to develop, to prosper, to develop their company that you're from. So we're talking about both things, macro and micro. Politicians don't look at micro. If you're talking to a politician and you say, Giannis is depressed, well, then we're sad that Giannis is depressed. But when we tell them, oh, you are losing 1 million, then they listen. So is there another comment or question? I think I have led so many panels and discussions, and it is really great to see that a lot of people want to participate and to ask questions. So are there any other? This is a very good research. Is there a plan to create initiatives that to give to the parliament? Is there a long-term plan of what to do next with this research? I would like to turn this question to Mozaika. It is the NGO who ordered this research, but I don't really know. I do not represent Mosaic, but I'm really confident that it can happen. I think we have to separate things still. For example, there are different communities there are people who make this research, and then there are people who can use this research to create conversations and further discussions.
So we very successfully already moved to the future, hoping that this type of research will be continued. And now I invite everyone to have a break. And we also have a sheet where we sign those who participate. So if you haven't signed in this attendance sheet, please sign. And thank you for your emotional story. And we will meet. We return back at 2 p.m. and we will continue with a panel, entrepreneurs become activists. And Ines Vaivara, Linda Jakobson, Eva Dzelskan will participate. So we have a break until 2 p.m. Hello, everyone, to the Baltic Business Forum, which is devoted to diversity. And now we are having the third panel. And I am very, very happy to see the panel of women. And there should be diversity and also men included, but okay, here we have ladies, because in our program, TV program, what is happening in Latvia, we had mainly men answering questions. So here ladies can answer the questions, and also in our audience there is representation of both genders. And this week we are celebrating the rainbow, celebrating this diversity, and I would like to introduce to this great panel discussion participants. And the topics we are going to discuss is when an entrepreneur becomes an activist. So entrepreneurs also have to be active, and also how we heard from Accenture, even one person can be active and change things. And we will have Dace Hermane, who is a representative of corporate sustainability. And Ines Vaivar is sitting next to her, and she has a lot of titles, but one of them is representative of the organization Easy to Help. Then we have Ieva Dzelskane from Printful. This is a good example how they communicate that they are for diversity. And also Linda Jakobson, we could give her various titles. She is activist, but today she is representing the organization I Want to Help Refugees. And this conversation will be led by Dace Hermane. And those who want to ask questions from the audience, raise your hand. You have to use a mic because the translation is done, and also people are listening to us online. But the floor is yours. Yes, thank you very much. I'm very honored, again, the second year in a row to be here in different premises, but still on the stage of this event. So thank you very much to Kaspers and also the team for so outstanding and excellent event. And I am even more honorable to be the leader of this conversation, especially today. Important today, and also to have so experienced participants of the discussion. And first of all, Ines, I would like to give the floor to you. And this conversation will be led by my actually curiosity. I would like also to understand a little bit better what is activism and how to do it. So I would like to ask you, what is the activism, so that we can define in our conversation, so what can we expect from activists? So we expect this not only from entrepreneurs, but all the public. And civic activism is something that in the world of NGO means that we are trying to find what is the role of NGOs, and we try to bring them back to the public. Because I have participated in several discussions where they say that you organizations are doing this and that, but organizations shouldn't be separated from people. But unfortunately, probably we have separated a little bit. So activism, it means that what do I do as an individual? So when I describe myself, I say I work for NGOs, and also I'm a civic activist. And this means that I am active in trying to change the management of my blockhouse, and speak to the municipality in Limbaži municipality, and so on. And then the rest is my professional activities. But if we speak about entrepreneurs, it is clear entrepreneurs are people, and there are people in the company. So how would you describe what should this entrepreneur do? I believe that first of all, we saw and we hear that entrepreneurs are already doing something and involved. And what was interesting from my point of view is that entrepreneurs are doing this a little bit different from us in the NGOs. Entrepreneurs are used to competing, they need to be fast, and they see that this public sector, they are doing everything very slowly, and these democratic processes are very slow. And companies, they want to be the first ones, the best ones. And this balance is in cooperation. So the second word for activism is cooperation. And in this cooperation, we get a very high result effect, which is value based. Because sometimes entrepreneurs, when they are doing something, they maybe don't understand all the depth because they don't have this everyday experience. So this first keyword was cooperation, and second is trust, which was an excellent experience for me. When the war started in Ukraine, I was desperate because we understood that with our abilities, we are not able to deliver all these loads and all this help to Ukraine, and how to do it because we don't have these resources. And I went to one of the biggest entrepreneurs in Latvia, and he said, yes, I'm giving my company, I'm giving my people, and so on, and you do it. So he can be an activist, not doing something himself, but giving this environment and also enabling us to do. So we have knowledge, but entrepreneurs, they have resources. That's why we need to do something together, not to compete. Liga, you also have a great experience cooperating with companies, and especially these last months. So what are the main issues, questions, main topics in which entrepreneurs are involved with resources and also in other ways? Thank you, Dace, for this question, and thank you for this opportunity to be here, especially to Kaspars. I will add to Ines. I believe that this situation we are talking about since February 24, it is totally different in the widest understanding. Because first of all, we had never faced a war so close since the World War II. We hadn't faced with such flows of refugees, and we also haven't had such a desire to help and to provide this human assistance and desire to provide it. Right now, I work for an organization where I was a volunteer since 2015, and situation in my organization has changed 180 degrees. I can say definitely, because in 2015, when this organization was created, we want to help refugees, and it was created that the head of this organization was just an ordinary man at that time. And he put a post in Facebook group that we should help people who have arrived in Latvia and are desperate. And if you return back and remember situation in 2015, those were the situation was totally radically different in 2015, and as a society we were not prepared and to accept them. But now everything has changed in all areas. We are ready. We are much more ready from the institutional point of view, because we have made some steps as a state together to create this system, and also we are more prepared as a public, as a society, for various reasons, and also separate areas, entrepreneurs and NGOs. And at this moment, I have to say that answering to your question, you asked in which areas entrepreneurs have been involved. Actually, I cannot name a sector or area in which they haven't involved, because all NGOs which are in Latvia, they are involved in some of the aspects, and that's also entrepreneurs. So they are involved and actively involved. And if we continue, I believe that right now it's not possible for the entrepreneur to help a little bit, to be somewhere in the middle. But this is a time, and Ines will speak about it more. It started already during COVID, that you cannot somehow hinder between yes, I help or not, or this the way how people are standing for something, and those ways are different. You can assign resources, something that the company is manufacturing or finances, or also employees that come and do something, and we can see those activities more and more. But I would like to return to it's better to look into the future and be happy that entrepreneurs are very active right now. And when we look at the sustainability index, and we can see that each of them are proud for support they provide for Ukrainians. But I am also one of the individuals who not only actively follow your movement, I want to help refugees, but I was also trying within the limits of my family to involve. And I saw and I know that it was quite complicated in this situation. So what has fundamentally changed now? Is this the situation that entrepreneurs like in the public, we feel closer to those people who are more similar to us? This is the reason, or there are such a changes been happening in the attitudes of the public? And if we had influx of refugees, for example, from let's say from some other country, would they have the same attitude, so open, and that entrepreneurs would involve so much? I don't want to speculate. I hope that it wouldn't be worse, but this situation, of course, all of us, we would like to do something else. We would like to do other business. But migration and refugees, we have had them and they will be, and this is something we cannot avoid. And as a public together, we can learn something. And one of the things I would like to emphasize that no matter how much we want the war to end today or tomorrow, and there are some things which makes us to hope that everything will be settled down and that there will be peace, and we hope that people who have arrived here soon will be able to return to their homes. But unfortunately, we have to remember that this is going to be a very long marathon. People will need this help here in Latvia for a long time, and also for Ukraine for restoring the country. They will need it. And so what we can do all together is that we can learn. This crisis has proved that we can have solidarity. And also I would like to refer to Ines and say that we have trust. Never ever before my organization has received a big donation just saying do whatever you need to do, because usually those of you who work at the side of NGOs and entrepreneurs is that we are given money and we are told you will buy 3 tables and 4 chairs and so on, and they are asking questions about every position. And we have gone through so many things that we write a project, and then there are some positions, and people are fighting and keep fighting about those positions. But now they are trusting us, and they are just saying, "Do we see that you are doing something? Do continue doing this." And I would like also to name the third party in this cooperation between entrepreneurs and NGOs. This is the state and the government, and we some time before in the Ministry of Interior Affairs, we were not very welcomed, but now we are sitting around one table. There are a lot of officials from the public institutions and also NGOs, and this is a big step forward that we are present in those meetings and we can speak up and we can summarize this opinion. And so this trust, on the basis of this trust which is created and solidarity, we have to learn from this, because also at the national level, this is not the last crisis. We have gone through COVID, now we have this crisis, and unfortunately we know that in autumn we will have difficult times. We have to prepare and we have to learn. And what can we learn? We have a couple of months, so let us look at this and let us think about that.
So I see you, Ines, and wanting to chime in. Yes, of course. I actually went through 3 iterations of COVID, Belarus, and Ukraine. So now I have experienced how businesses react. So during COVID, yes, everyone reacted actively, but then spring started and they said, now we need economy back up. if you want to stay home, no, we don't want to support you anymore. So then it was cut off like with a knife. Now we want to get people back in stores. In the Belarus, there was complete cutting of ties because we thought we didn't understand what it means. There wasn't a lot of support from businesses to support Belarus. And now in Ukraine, there are issues of values and then security issues. And well, so when answering this question from my point of view, it's really difficult to say that the way we react now, we will react in the future. No, we can take this experience and build on that. So why I asked this question, it was based on observations for years about the indexes that we have, that 13 years ago, businesses choose these socially comfortable topics, and it's very easy for them to walk around with a flag and support something, but it is more difficult, was more difficult, and still is more difficult to talk about topics that are more complicated in the society. So maybe this would be time to turn to Printful, because you are one of the rare businesses who are here who really support these topics, and you have again experienced broken flag. Actually, I don't agree. It's not really it's not really easy to walk around with a flag. Yes, I would like to, I wouldn't want to be, I really believe that we wouldn't be the only public company private company who puts a flag in front of the building, and now it seems that we still are. It is a bit lonely. There is still the support system, there is Mozaika, there are the supporters, friends, family who support us. So we hung up this progress flag on 17th of May, and yesterday was the third time when it was taken down based on some negative activities towards it. So now I want to just talk about this sense of loneliness. I actually am the internal communication project manager at Printful, and the reason why I am not, I don't feel alone, and why my colleagues don't feel alone during this month and when talking about this topic is because there is so much love coming from this company, from within it. And I was so surprised by it, actually. I know that there are companies who have resistance from within and from from the outside, but right now I can't really imagine that because we have so much love coming from within our company, and each time when we lose that flag, there's so much incentives and so many ideas and plans of what we can do better in the future. There are colleagues who support each other, they step up, and that is wonderful. And I can't really remember which of the speakers talked about diversity as being part of the company's DNA. I think there are still people there who make it happen, who invite you on this road towards diversity. And that is why we at Printful are not lonely, because our culture, our business allows us to be inside on the same wave, in the same boat together. And people ask, well, probably you had so many debates and discussions about whether to put up the flag, but no, we didn't have it. Will we protest human rights? No, it wasn't a topic, really. What do you think it is still a topic? For example, Printful is the company, and it is one of the rare ones who put up these flags. But can you maybe comment why so many private businesses don't put up this flag? And recently I went to this huge event in public companies, and there was data about this, and if half of people working in this sector don't want to support people, don't support LGBTQ people, it is a problem. Why do you think others don't support them? I can only guess, really, but maybe it's fear of the unknown, of something new, because you can never know how the society will react, how will your partners or clients react. I can truly say that when I have this conversation in my family, with my parents, I am a bit afraid. It's difficult to talk about it. It is so much more easy to put up a flag than to actually talk about this issue at home. It shouldn't be like that, but I think it's the fear of the unknown. And I think that maybe that is also the historical experience. You've done that all the time, and maybe that is something new, something you haven't experienced. And so fear comes in. I think the leadership should get involved. I, as a internal communications project manager, wouldn't be able to put this on. There is a need from leadership to step in. I've been in companies where I have to put a lot of energy into the internal lobbying why this value is important. And at Printful, I don't have to do that. I don't have to stress upon the leadership of our company why it's important, why they should understand that it's important. I think if there isn't support and leadership about that, then I think it's just impossible then to really move forward. But I think a topic that would require more public involvement would be in topics where you work. So to say, on the other side, from the NGO point of view. So where would you want to see more involvement? Where are the fields where it's necessary? I want to actually react to what was said about loneliness. So when we had these trucks going to Ukraine, there were 70 of them. There were large companies, small companies who participated. And what we're surprised about, that we thought that everyone wants to be proud of what they've done. We thought that it's a sense of pride of doing that. A lot of companies didn't want to be thanked publicly for doing that. And they said no, they don't want to be thanked publicly about helping Ukrainians. And then I realized that we are not used to seeing companies as value-added entities. To see company as something that stands up for something is a new concept. So if 70 of them could come together and see that, oh, there are so many of us, and there wouldn't be then this feeling that, oh, we are alone. Maybe these awards could be a thing that could help. I think it really touches a point, yes. There are events going on every day, and just now we had poll results about what people look at when buying products or services. One of the main things is they look at the price. And when I look at the company, when I talk to companies, they say, oh, as they say that just because we support someone, then it means that's why the price is higher. So what do you think? Why the situation is as it is? So now I can talk about maybe bravery, why some companies are brave. I think it is based on personality, who is brave and who's not. For the past 3 months, I have spent in the NGO sector. Beforehand, I had worked in so many different sectors, and I have communicated about the EU, but now with my today's eyes, we maybe think, oh, European Union is good, it's nice. There isn't anything say against it. But a few months ago, tried to convince people to support European point of view. So this is the time that requires us to stand on one side or the other. I think the companies who don't want to be thanked, they're in this situation. I think people want to do a good thing and just to leave it. Everyone wants to have a feeling that we participate, but of course we can go and talk about this topic, because the internal communication, the field that Eva is representing, is so important. So I have this personal story. I went to a store, it was late in the evening, and the cashier says, 2 cashiers talking again amongst themselves, that they are Ukrainians, and they are speaking Ukrainian, and people are just negative towards them by speaking not Latvian, and they felt so bad. Okay, so these are 2 cashiers that are Latvian. They're talking about a colleague that is colleagues that are Ukrainian who speak Russian, and people are angry because they speak Russian. And so these Latvian cashiers felt really bad for these Ukrainian ladies, because the client's always right, and they think, oh, why? How can we help them? How can we help these hardworking, really nice Ukrainian cashiers that are their colleagues? So I think one solution would be to be proud of these Ukrainian colleagues, that they are good people, that we support them, and to talk about them internally. So that is one thing, but another, we can help a client by telling him that yes, this person or this colleague is still learning Latvian, that he can't speak Latvian yet. So then I usually hear people saying, oh, we have to know when this person is going back to Ukraine, because we need to know how many resources he will take up. So we can't do that. We have to be open, we have to be inclusive, you have to be comfortable with the idea that we don't know how long these colleagues will stay here. So these are the large lessons that we have to learn from different sides.
You can also participate with your questions. Eva is guarding the mic. So if you have questions, you can In the first panel, we agreed on these practical activities. Accenture, for example, said that at the name tag, they also put a flag so that people don't need to explain, so whether they have this partner or such partner, and there are no stupid questions. And also restaurants in Latvia have this name tag with Ukrainian colors, flag colors. And if, for example, they come to me, they speak Russian, and I can see that they have this name tag, and that explains a lot. Madara, and a question, and who? Madara Rula from Swedbank. At the Swedbank, there is also a project flag. Maybe we are not so visible for info, but you are not the only one. But we are also proud that we are supporters. My question goes to Ines and Linda. What, in your experience, is something you have a feeling that entrepreneurs don't understand it about your work, or NGOs in general, how things happen? That you have a feeling that if they understood, if they had the feeling of this, then your work would be easier, and also this cooperation would be smoother. I will add, we also have a translation into English, so let's not speak so fast. We have very high energy. I am also, but I can imagine how it's when it's translated. And I was thinking that people are translating. We are usually saying thank you to interpreters for understanding. Yes, but okay. Actually, it was quite funny. I can tell a funny story about entrepreneurs' experience in NGO, because right now a lot of entrepreneurs take an NGO and do some business things, but they are called NGO. And we had a very interesting experience that entrepreneurs have resources. They want to open a branch, they build something, and they employ some new employees. And then we, as NGO, we were as a resource where there are volunteers. And then some people with entrepreneurs experience said that we need some volunteers. And we looked at each other and we're like, it's only us. We don't have so many other who can join. So the understanding is that sometimes this functionality of the business and NGO is different, and involvement of public is slowly, and it keeps changing, and so on. And not only entrepreneurs are learning this long-term marathon, but we are also learning from entrepreneurs this fast activities, because we are used to slow activities, but we need to react fast. So this synergy is great, and the question is whether we have this healthy communication, or we just go into our strengths. Yeah, and also where is this meeting point between? Also, if we don't have the crisis situation, in the situation of crisis, okay, but how to meet up, and where is the meeting point when everything is okay, when there is no crisis? This is this mutual trust, because if this entrepreneur can trust me that even if I don't know anything from the logistics, I will be able to send those 20 or 30 loads to Ukraine. And it was possible because of cooperation, because I didn't understand anything from the logistics before. But this is trust that I believe you, that you are doing good things, and I've assigned some resources to you. And entrepreneurs, of course, have a different goal, but then we can have this high quality synergy. Linda, one of the NGOs is that in our country, NGOs cannot make profit. Okay, you can speak directly. So NGO is not a strong and powerful sector, honestly. My organization is just one example, and Ines can add to this and give another numbers. My organization, Grib palīdzēt bēgļiem, in the beginning of February, we had 1.5 employees. And can you imagine, whatever amount of money is given, I cannot get 50 high quality and very skilled employees who could work. So I cannot get them in one day. And that refers to most NGOs. Most of them are not well established, strong and powerful. Maybe the Red Cross, they have hundreds of employees and they are spread out to whole Latvia, but the rest organizations are very small. So what we can learn together with entrepreneurs, I would just mention one excellent example. One of the best things we have in this crisis, if something good can happen in crisis. So at one moment I understood that, especially in Riga, this is a problem. Somebody comes with one small suitcase and they need this, that, and that. And in Riga, there are quite a lot of places where you can get those things, but it's not in one spot. And so we came together with the charity organizations, and we understood that the only way how we can solve it is that we put it somewhere together. So where do you get clothing? Where do you get footwear? And where can you get furniture, or also for children's items and household appliances, so on. And then we had, luckily, TechChill hackathon. One team took it. After 1 week, we had a map, and then we had palīdzības karte.lv, where there are 100 points in whole country where you can see what's where. So we were able to put together NGOs with entrepreneurship. And what I learned, and also what I was taught, that NGOs have to think about problems, not solutions, because this is a challenge for NGOs, because we need to be able to formulate where is our challenge for entrepreneurs to be able to solve it, especially with IT tools. And there is the synergy which could continue. And the last sentence I also wanted to say is you asked about everyday normal situation. My organization, our main goal is to actually stop existing, because in a normal situation we shouldn't be. All this could be organized in a different way. And NGO was created because something didn't work somewhere, and something should have worked better somewhere. We have also 2 questions from the audience. Jana Simonovska, the political party Progressive, you were saying that our public is not very active. And in our university, we're also discussing this. So how to get the better involvement of students in public activities at the level of universities. Students are not active. It's very hard to motivate them. And then there is an example in Latvia. If a child is studying international baccalaureate, they also have activism included in their school curriculum. So in order to be able to leave school and to graduate from this, they need a specific number of hours for activism to have to be able to graduate. And also when our students are trying to join some foreign universities, they are also looking at the activism. They see that there is a candidate with lower marks and but a high rate of activism, they have better chances to study in specific schools. So what do you think? These attempts, maybe we could organize these attempts to improve, to increase this activism. Maybe that can be done through schools, and also promote it also at the university level, that we promote activism within students. Yes, is this about diversity? But this is a public activity. Yes, thank you. I can share my personal ideas and thoughts. Yesterday, together with my son, I applied my signed up my son for international baccalaureate in one of the gymnasiums. And what convinced me was those points which you needed to gather for activism. And what's also interesting, that 16-year-old youngster, I asked, what can you do? What could be your activity? Because about creativity it's clear, about sports it's clear, but what's going to be your civic activity? And he said, free of charge, I will code something for somebody. And then I understood that his understanding what he could do as an individual, I have to be shamed for that, but even though we as a family involved, he doesn't understand what we do with social risk youngsters, whether this is also something that could be included in activism. So what do you think about Jan's idea? Could you access? Can I speak honestly? Not very bad. We just had a discussion with young people, and our biggest problem is that we institutionalize people and voluntarily work. We make those projects at school, we make them to become like small adults. I was in Limbaži Gymnasium, creative people, and they stood in front of me and they were talking about regulations and so on and so forth. And I was like, where am I in this city council meeting? Because we don't allow young people to be young people. They are gathering points, doing some voluntarily work in order to get job. But this is crazy. We should leave the space for young people. What we concluded is that they are saying, I cannot go in my town and make some painting. Police then comes and punishes me. I'm talking about some creative paintings, not about this ugly street art, but about beautiful street art. So we have too much bureaucracy, and I'm critical about this proposal. I like this idea because we asked entrepreneurs, and this question was a little bit different, not about activism, but we can find links. So we asked them in the research of Society Integration Fund, we asked, why don't you have inclusive working place, and what are the main obstacles? And entrepreneurs answered, and also employers answered that actually there are no obstacles, but just I wasn't thinking about it. And I believe that with this type of approach to this program, those young people will need to think. I'm provoking. Yeah, but I'm sharing my personal ideas. For me, it seems so great that 16-year-olds, they are made and they are forced to think, what's going to be my contribution, even though they are doing something already. This conversation, we can also continue in informal part. We need to conclude. We promised one more question, and then we will conclude. Good day. My name is Ivars. I represent myself as a student. So you said that NGOs sometimes are not very strong, not very large in Latvia, and this movement is quite slow. I agree. That's why I am not a member of NGO. I have turned to the side of entrepreneurship, and I believe that there is power in dynamics. And I wanted to ask you, very often people have problems that they don't know what to expect from NGOs, because I didn't like that I didn't know what I signed for, and I signed for a slow and stagnacious life, and I didn't know it and I didn't want it. So after 3 years, I have changed my things and I have moved forward. So I wanted to ask, how can we help young people to become more active, not only through NGOs, but just to attract them? Because entrepreneurs, they create added value. But what is NGO doing? What are NGOs doing? Please explain, because very often people don't know. I will answer what NGOs do, but I wanted to say that this is not either one or other. I can be an entrepreneur and I can't be NGO. I can be both. Here is the magic of all this, that we can be in at the same time and simultaneously in various areas. Before I worked in the public administration and also in international institutions, and I've been in NGOs since my years of studies. And my explanation, Ines will have probably a different one, but my feeling is, what is NGO? This is a sector we do something somebody else cannot do at this time in more organized way. And I will be very fast. I had an example from Uģis Rodbergs. We were in one event and he told that he visited some countryside, rural areas, and the lady came and she said that there are a lot of bushes all around here and we need to write a project. And she asked, where do you recommend to submit this project proposal? And he said, in order to fight against these bushes, you don't need a project. You just need somebody who goes and does it. And this is about this. Very often we see those things, and the NGO can bring this axe. So in order to fight against this axe, you need these bushes, you need just an axe and work. And this is how NGOs can cooperate with entrepreneurs without those 150 projects and 150 reports about each cent, but to agree which is our common goal, where we are moving towards diversity management, or Ukraine situation, Belarus, or anything else what was mentioned today, and that we agree and we move towards this direction. And I totally disagree that NGOs are not dynamic. Please come to Kaļķu Street just one day, a couple of hours, also in soup kitchen. And this is something that I see from internal communication. I see how those people are changing. If they have volunteered 5 hours in the soup kitchen, no matter how active they are on a daily basis, if you poured and served soup for 5 hours, change this outlook. And also rhetorics which we use in our environment, and you can find this type of examples everywhere. This is life that I can see, unfortunately, but the same can be seen also in other examples.
Maybe Linda can answer, because there will be a small break afterwards, and we will be able to talk about this topic and maybe return to the NGO sector. I was thinking about how to end this topic because you were talking about the NGOs, and I think the ending of this discussion is very, very beautiful. So companies should get more involved, and I really love the story by Linda that you don't have to just write reports or accounts, so you can just cooperate with NGOs, and no matter what race, gender, or sexual orientation are you from, in a state of crisis, we can all work together. And I think that is the best idea that we can have, because during COVID, I had this sadness that people don't band together to help each other. But now, during the Ukrainian crisis, I see that there is good in society. They help each other. And thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you for the very dynamic conversation. It was even sometimes difficult to follow the turns of the conversation. So now I want to welcome Kaspar Zalītis to the stage. And I think he will come on stage with a charter. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes. Now we will have just a small overview about the diversity charter. There are thousands of companies who have signed it. It's an international document, and there are many companies from Latvia as well, and there are new signatories always coming on every time when we bring out this charter. Zane said already that we are the fastest growing charter. We have, I think, more than 70 companies. I think in 2018, we had Swedbank, Accenture, who didn't have to convince anyone. And now we are more than 70 companies. And there are 3 new companies that will sign the charter. Now I will call each of them one by one to the stage. They will have to sign it. They will sign the charter, and they will say a few words why diversity is important to them. And so some of them decided to join this charter very, very recently. So now I want to invite Victoria from Standards. Thank you very much. Yes, we are so happy for this opportunity to sign the charter. We are a new company in Latvia. We were launched 2 years ago. It's called Sander, and we have realized that we cannot really create anything without the human capital. And I have the honor to be a part of this company and to be also responsible for inclusivity, not just of the LGBTQ community, but every race, nationality. And I really hope that more and more companies will get involved. I think when a person feels secure, he performs the best. He doesn't really worry about anything else. He can create, he can work, he can be active. So thank you very much for this opportunity. And we are really happy to be part of this group. And if there is something that you need, we are just happy to help. Thank you. There's another person who really wanted to join the charter. We had another person from LMA Translations. So I'm really happy to be here. As I said, I have a bit older company. I created it 18 years ago. So I actually experienced all the arguments why I shouldn't do that and why I won't succeed. For years, I was considered as a secretary, but I just wanted to say that I have I have ADHD, so I'm really apologize to those who sat behind me because I was moving a lot. So now we have more than 1,000 people, and I'm really happy that we have a company with a lot of people who want to be just good. And we give work to people who have special needs. They work from home, they translate from home, they can translate whenever they want. They have their own schedule. And thank you very much for this opportunity to join this charter. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite on stage state institution, and we cooperate with each other. And this is the Social Integration Fund, the first institution that really supports Pride. So let's welcome Zyga. Yes, I just wanted to say that I have a great honor to sign this charter twice, because I once already signed it from the point of view of the Ascendum Association, and Ilza Dominya, who also holds the diversity flag, said that we have to sign it as well. But my response was, but we already did. But it really is a very important moment for us. As I said in the morning as well, actually, I think the audience has changed a bit since morning, but still, we as a public institution, we really think about how to create a society that is tolerant, inclusive, empathic. And that is the starting point. And this to start actually with yourself is the first step. And whenever I feel that I have some kind of intolerance towards something, I just stop myself and start to think what I can do. And I have the privilege to be part of a great institution with great colleagues, and we are so lucky to implement these ideas at our workplace. And there are so many people who carry on these ideas in the political sphere, and I really hope that this will be an additional stimulus to just carry on this idea, so it can be an inspiration to everyone to have this positive example. I hope that this idea of a diversity, of a diverse company will stick. Thank you very much. Yes, now I give word to Eva. Angliski. Viņš ir Kievas Praida vadītājs. Tā būs šī iedvesmojošā konferences daļa, jo viņš stāstīs par to, kā nepadoties. Lūdzu, aicinām uz skatuves. Nākamais runātājs vēl vairāk pastāstīs par to, kas notiek. Bet esmu tik priecīgs, ka Lenijs ir šeit. Es gribu arī pateikt vienu noslēpumu. Īstenībā esmu valdes loceklis Kievas Praidam arī, un bija diezgan viegli viņu dabūt šeit, un tas bija ļoti garš un ilgs ceļš, bet tu vari pastāstīt, kā tev iet, un ir pilns ar cilvēkiem šeit, un visi viņi cīnās par tevi. Liels paldies! Paldies, ka esat klāt! Mani sauc Lenijs Emsons, un es esmu Praida vadītājs. Es pastāstīšu par karu no kvīra skatu punkta. Es varbūt kļūšu emocionāls, jo šis ir ļoti emocionāls brīdis un emocionāla problēma. Jo, man liekas, karš ir vienīgā lieta, kas nediskriminē. Tātad kvīri, LGBT, arī heteroseksuāli, visi dzimumi, visas nacionālitātes, mēs visi esam mirstīgi, un mēs visi esam bailēs, un mums ir draudi, kad uzbruk jūsu pilsētā vai valstī. Bet šeit, varbūt šeit nav taisnība šajā. Krievi ļoti labi sagatavoti, jo tad, kad viņi devās uz mūsu valsti, viņiem bija saraksti, un viņiem ir saraksti ar aktīvistiem. Viņiem ir cilvēktiesība aktīvisti, LGBT, geju un daudz citu, un citu brīvību aktīvisti. Viņiem bija saraksti ar mūsu vārdiem. Un mēs zinām, ka tad, kad Krievi okupē teritorijas, viņi speciāli meklē cilvēkus, kas ir no LGBT grupas. Viņi iet uz mūsu birojiem, viņi tos pārmeklē, meklē cilvēkus. Viņi meklē aktīvistus. Mums ir viens aktīvists, 20-gadīgs homoseksuāls. Viņš dzīvoja viens pats, un es ļoti ceru, ka viņš vēl joprojām tur ir, jo mums nav nekāda saikne ar viņu. Un kopš Hersona ir okupēta, un mēs zinām, ka tik gudrs cilvēks ir šajā sarakstā, šajā aktīvistu sarakstā. Viņu sāka meklēt, un viņš tagad ir pazudis. Un Mariupola, pilsēta, kas īstenībā tika pilnībā iznīcināta par neko. Viņi vienkārši to apšaudīja prieka pēc, to iznīcināja. Bija aktīvists, kas bija iesprostots tur. Viņam bija jārūpēs par savu tēvu. Tēvam bija 90 gadiem, un viņa dēls viņu nevarēja pamest. Un šis aktīvists, šis ļoti labi zinājis aktīvists, ļoti gudrs vīrietis, un viņš vienkārši tur bija iesprūdis. Viņš redzēja nāvi savus apkārt, un viņš nevarēja izbēgt. Viņa tēvs nomira, jo viņš nevarēja izdzīvot un pārdzīvot šī karas pārdzīvojumu. Un pēc tam šis vīrietis izlēma beidzot atgriezties Ukrainā, bet pašlaik tas vairs nebija iespējams. Krievi nobloķēja visus ceļus, kurus vien var izmantot, lai varētu aizbēgt uz Ukrainas pusi. Tātad, ar ko viņš pašlaik saskarās? Viņš pašlaik saskarās ar tā saukto filtrācijas procesu. Ja jūs ejat uz Krievu šiem postiņiem, uzreiz jautā, kas jūs esat, kāda ir jūsu sociālā mēdīja, kas ir jūsu telefonā. Viņi apskatās visu. Viņi visdrīzāk jūs iegūglē. Viņam paveicās, ka viņi viņu neiegūglēja, jo pēc brīža viņš būtu miris. Viņš izdzēsa visus sociālos mēdījus, visas bildes, visus dokumentus, un viņš izgāja cauri šim filtrācijas procesam. Un viņš izdzīvoja, un pašlaik viņš atrodas Lietuvā. Un viņš pašlaik ir drošībā. Bet viņa draugs, kas ir vietējais aktīvists, kāds uz viņu parādīja pirkstu, un viņš gandrīz tika izvarots. Paldies Dievam, tas nenotika. Tātad karš ir kā nediskriminē. Vai jūs zināt, vai esat dzirdējuši par buču? Protams, bet cik daudz kvīri, cik daudz LGBT cilvēki arī cieta tur. Mēs nezinām. Mēs kā LGBTQ kopiena, mēs esam neredzami. Mēs ciešam, mēs pārdzīvojam, tāpat kā daudz citi cilvēki. Mēs esam redzami tikai kā bēgļi, lai gan daudzi cilvēki, daudzi LGBT cilvēki paliek šajā valstī, viņi turpina cīnīties. Daudz no viņiem cīnās militārajā jomā, teritoriālajās nodaļās. Viņi cīnās ciematos, pilsētās. Viņi piesakās iestāties armijā, brīvprātīgajos. Un pat tad, kad viņi dodas uz ārzemēm, viņi cenšas palīdzēt valstī, kaut ko izdarīt, lai aizsargātu mūsu cilvēkus, lai palīdzētu Ukraiņiem pārdzīvot šo karu. Mēs esam redzami kā bēgļi, bet tik daudzi LGBT cilvēki nevar pamest valsti, lai gan viņi jūtas, ka viņiem ir jāatrod kāda droša vieta. Bet tātad gadījumā, ja viņi pamet valsti un viņi ir vīrieši, no 18 līdz 60 gadu vecumā viņi nevar pamest valsti. Tātad puse no mūsu kopienas, transdzimumu vīrieši, transdzimumu cilvēki, homoseksuāli vīrieši, viņi ir ieslodzīti, iesprostot šajā valstī. Un kara apstākļos, kad valstis ir šajos karas apstākļos, jūs nezināt, ko viņas var darīt. Jūs īsti to nevarat paredzēt, kas notiks. Priekš manis Karš sākās 24. februārī 10. vakarā. Es biju Kanādā, es biju pēc Kanādas laika, 5 no rīta Kijevā, kad Krievi sāka bombardēt mūsu pilsētas. Un priekš manis tas bija ļoti biedējoši, tāpat kā arī daudziem maniem draugiem. Mēs neticējām, ka pēc 8 gadiem kara Austrum Ukrainā Krievija to izdarīs. Krievija to atkal izdarīs, lai gan visai pasaulē ir šis moto, ka viņi svin šo otro pasaules karu un saka, ka viņi to nekad nedarīs.
Un kad es nedēļu skatījos, kas notiek manā valstī, un sapratu, ka tas nebeigsies tik ātri, un saprotot, ka iespējams, ka tā ir man pēdējā iespēja atgriezties, es lidoju atpakaļ uz Varšavu un kopā ar mūsu puišiem, kas dienēja armijā, atgriezāmies atpakaļ, es atgriezos pie savas komandas, kas nolēma nepamest Ukrainu. Lielākā daļa no manas komandas, viņi brīvi var pamest valsti. Viņi var doties projām, bet viņi nolēma palikt Kijevā, nepārvākties uz Rietumu Ukrainu, kas it kā tika uzskatīta drošāka vieta nekā centrāla Ukraina. Un viņi nolēma palikt, un mēs visi kopīgi nolēmām kalpot un darboties kā šie cilvēktiesību organizācija. Mēs vienmēr Kijevas Pride esam bijuši cilvēktiesību organizācija, kur mēs cīnāmies par LGBT tiesībām un gan valsts sabiedriskajā sektorā, likumdošanā, gan arī uzņēmumos. Un tagad mēs šajā krīzes situācijā esam. Un kuram tagad ir nepieciešams tiesības, teiksim, veidot šo civilo savienību, laulību, kad cilvēkiem nav ko ēst. Tad mēs sapratām, ka, protams, ka mēs joprojām cīnāmies gan par šīm tiesībām, jo mums ir diezgan daudz šie homoseksuālie pāri, kas ir armijā. Un tur mēs redzam, ka apprecās heteroseksuāļi, un ja viens tiek nogalināts, tad otrs saņem pensiju no valsts, bet tas neatiecas uz homoseksuāliem pāriem. Un šeit mēs redzam diskrimināciju, un mēs joprojām cīnāmies pār šīm līdzsvērtīgajām tiesībām uz laulību. Bet lielākā daļa mūsu centieni iet nodrošinot humanitāro atbalstu. Jā, protams, man teica, nesakat ko nelielat mūs, bet es gribu pateikties visām partneru organizācijām, kas mūs atbalstīja šajā situācijā. Liels paldies visiem sabiedrības locekļiem, kas ziedojumus vāc un ziedoja. Mūsu partneru organizācijas, Pride organizācijas no visām Eiropas valstīm, no Kanādas, no ASV, un vienkārši sabiedrības locekļi. Cilvēki sāka ziedot mums, un mēs uzkrājām naudu, un mēs sākām atbalstīt cilvēkus, kuri ir zaudējuši darbu vienā dienā, 25. februārī, jo tāpēc, ka valsts pamodās kara stāvoklī. Un nākamajā dienā es teiktu, ka puse no valsts tika atlaista, un tie cilvēki ir bez naudas, bez jebkādām iespējām izdzīvot. Un, protams, ka homoseksuālā sabiedrība, kas tradicionāli ir jau tāpat nabadzības, uz šī nabadzības sliekšņa, viņi nonāca ļoti neapskaužamā situācijā, un mēs palīdzējām ar naudu, ar medikamentiem, ar nepieciešamību iespējām pārvākties tie, kas vēlējās bēgt no okupētajām teritorijām. Un tas nebūtu iespējams bez sabiedrības atbalsta. Un tāpēc galvenā mācības stunda, ko es iemācījos no šī kara, ir tas, ka LGBT sabiedrībai nav robežu. Un tas tā ir, es tiešām to izjūtu. Es jūtu, ka cilvēki no daudzām valstīm vienkārši sūtīja mums Facebookā, Instagramā e-pastus ar ziņām, kā es varu jums palīdzēt. Manā mājā ir tukša istaba, atsūta kādu. Es palīdzēšu šiem cilvēkiem, es viņus pabarošu, viņiem būs drošs jumts virs galvas. Mēs saņēmām ļoti daudz šādu ziņu. Un praktiski katru dienu 100. Un es nepārspīlēju šeit. Burtiski tiešām mēs ļoti daudz laika pavadījām atbildot uz šīm ziņām, jo tāpēc, ka tik daudz cilvēku gribēja palīdzēt. Mūsu databāze ar iespējamām dzīvesvietām, kur cilvēki var apmesties ārzemēs, tā tiešām ļoti plaša. Un mēs atceramies, šeit tas skaitlis ir ļoti, ļoti liels, un cilvēki piedāvāja savu palīdzību, cilvēki piedāvāja savas sirdis, un tas mums ir ārkārtīgi svarīgi, šis atbalsts un viņu uzmanība, un tas ir tas, kas mums ir vajadzīgs, jo tāpēc, ka tas nozīmē, ka mēs izdzīvosim. Mums šis Pride mēnesis, tas nav svinības. Kyiv Pride šogad paliks 10 gadi. Mums ir dzimšanas diena. Un, diemžēl, bēdīgi, bet joprojām mēs esam šeit, lai dzīvotu, lai būtu dzīvi. Un mēs gribam svinēt mūsu dzimšanas dienu, aicinot visiem praidiem visā pasaulē iestāties par mums un iet gājienos par mums, jo mēs to nevaram. Parasti šis tiek izmantots šie gājieni to labāk, kas to nevar darīt, ir attiecībā uz valstīm, kur LGBT cilvēki tiek diskriminēti. Un tas tieši arī notiek šobrīd ar mums. Mūsu cilvēki tiek apspiesti, diskriminēti. Krievija liedz mums pamat cilvēku tiesības uz dzīvību, uz drošību, uz brīvību. Un tiesības uz dzīvi un dzīvību. Un šajā gadījumā tiesības uz dzīvību šeit ir pats galvenais. Un tas pats galvenais ir tāpēc, ka Kijiva, tāpat kā vairākas citas pilsētas, ir atkal atgriezusies dzīvība un liekas, ka viss ir atgriezies atpakaļ pie normālā stāvokļa. Un tā varētu justies. Gandrīz viss ir kārtībā, gandrīz viss ir labi. Līdz brīdim, kad tu izdzirdi sirēnu. Es nezinu, vai jūs jebkad esat dzirdējuši šīs sirēnas skaņas. Jūs varbūt varat to paklausīties internetā, bet tās skaņas, tas burtiski tev nogalina. Un tu dzirdi to skaņu, un tu zini, ka tas nozīmē, ka raķetes tiek izšautas, un tās jau ir lido. Un tās vēlas nogalināt un iznīcināt. Un tad tu vienkārši centies nomierināties un mēģini domāt. Un cerēt, ka tas nebūs tu, tā nebūs tava pilsēta, tā nebūs tava māja. Un šodien, kad tiek bombardēta Ukraina, tas ir tā kā Krievu rulete. Nākamās stundas laikā pēc sirēnas, tu nezini, kurā pilsētā būs šī raķete, jo tiek brīdināta šī teritorija. Katrs cilvēks, katra pilsēta mēs sēžam un gaidām, kas būs nākamais. Pagājušajā mēnesī es biju humanitārajā braucienā uz kaimiņu valstīm, uz Poliju, Ungāriju, Sloveniju. Un mēs šķērsojām robežu ar Poliju un pavadījām nakti Ļvivā. Un šajā naktī tieši Ļviva tika bombardēta. 8 raķetes tika mazā pilsētiņā izšautas šajā pilsētiņā, tad 50 km no robežas ar Krieviju, ar Poliju. Un kad mēs šķērsojām robežu, satikām vietējos cilvēkus, viņi bija pārbiedēti, jo tas bija tikai 50 km no viņu poļu pilsētām, mazpilsētiņām. Un viņi to ļoti izjūta. Viņi saprot, ko tas nozīmē, ka tava kaimiņu valsts ir karstāvoklī un kad arī tu esi briesmās. Un mēs, kā homoseksuālie cilvēki, ukraiņi, heteroseksuāļi, mēs visi cenšamies dabūt atbalstu no visas pasaules, lai izdzīvotu un aizsargātu Jo tāpēc, ka mēs esam aizsargāti. Ja mēs būsim aizsargāti, tad visa pasaule būs aizsargāta. Jo tāpēc, ka mēs tagad cīnāmies ar ļaunumu. Mūsu gadījumā Praida mēnesis tas nav svinības. Mūsu gadījumā Praida mēnesis ir iemesls, kāpēc atgādināt jums, ja jūs palīdzēsiet Ukrainai, jūs palīdzēsiet LGBT Ukraiņiem izdzīvot, ja jūs palīdzēsiet Ukrainai, jūs palīdzēsiet arī šiem tiesībām Ukrainā. Jo, ja mēs esam dzīvi, tad mums būs šī kapacitāte un spēja un spēks pretoties un cīnīties. Un mēs visai pasaulē pasakām, ka mēs Ukraiņi, mēs visi cīnamies šobrīd, un mums visiem ir iespējas uzvarēt. Mums tikai vienkārši vajag mazliet vairāk atbalsta. Tāpēc pirmās 2 nedēļas uzbrukuma laikā man bija ļoti daudz saziņa ar starptautiskiem mēdījiem, un viņi visi zināja par šiem sarakstiem, kuros ir iekļauti aktīvisti, mūsu adreses un tā tālāk. Un viņa jautājums bija par to, tik daudz žurnālisti no dažādām valstīm, absolūti dažādi cilvēki, dažādi masu mēdīju pārstāvji, un viņiem visiem bija viens jautājums: ko jūs darīsiet, kad Krievija okupēs jūsu valsti? Viņi neprasīja, ko jūs darītu, ja Krievija okupētu jūsu valsti, bet viņi teica, ko jūs darīsiet, kad Krievija okupēs jūsu valsti. Pasaule pirmās 2 nedēļas uzskatīja, ka mēs tiksim okupēti 2 nedēļu laikā un ka mēs neizdzīvosim. Bet mēs izdzīvojām un mēs joprojām cīnamies. Mēs joprojām cīnamies par mūsu LGBT tiesībām un brīvībām, par spīti karam, jo papildus vienlīdzīgajām laulību problēmām, kas mums ļoti praktiska problēma ir, mums ir arī problēma ar naida noziegumiem, kas arī pieaug šobrīd Ukrainā. Diemžēl visi mūsu labējie radikāļi, kas tradicionāli tika baroti ar Krievijas propagandu, FSB pakalpojumiem, viņi joprojām tur ir, un viņiem joprojām ir daudz spēka, un šie homofobiskie spēki šobrīd Ukrainā cenšas vajāt LGBT cilvēkus, ir īpaši tos, kas ir redzami. Mums ir pāris brutāli gadījumi, kur geji ir tikuši piekauti, jo tāpēc, ka viņi izskatījās ne kā norma. Pieņemsim, kādam puisim bija rozā mati nokrāsoti, un kāds gribēja viņu pārmācīt, kā vīrietim ir jāizskatās. Kādam citam puisim, kurš arī neizskatījās ļoti pēc vīrieša. Daži piegāja pie viņa, lai arī viņu pārmācītu, ka šajā valstī tu izskatīsies kā īsts vīrietis, jo pretējā gadījumā tev piekaus. Tā kā, diemžēl, mums šobrīd uzbruk no 2 pusēm. No vienas puses ir Krievi, kas liedz mums pamat cilvēktiesības uz dzīvību. No otras puses mums ir homofobi un transfobi, kuri šobrīd izmanto šo brīdi, kad policija un armija ir aizņemta ar citām lietām, ar karu. Viņi izmanto šo brīdi, lai vajātu LGBT cilvēkus un iznīcinātu mūs. Un lai mēģinātu no mums atņemt mūsu tiesības un brīvības, par ko mēs cīnījāmies un cīnāmies vairāk nekā 30 gadus Ukrainā. Bet mēs esam ļoti spēcīgi kā sabiedrība un kā nācija. Un tāpēc es absolūti ticu, ka mēs uzvarēsim. Ka mēs uzvarēsim kā valsts. Un mēs uzvarēsim arī kā sabiedrība. Un nākamajā gadā es gribu uzaicināt jūs uz Praidu, kas notiks Kijevā. Tas notiks, pilnīgi noteikti. Šajā te gadā saskaņā ar šo maršala likumu mums ir aizliegts gājieni, tāpēc mēs piedalāmies Rīgas Praidā, Varšavā. Mēs ejam gājienos ar citām valstīm, kas arī iestājas par mums. Bet nākamajā gadā mēs aicinām braucat pie mums un svinēsim. Mums būs ļoti, ļoti gara šī dzimšanas dienas svinība, un tās svinības būs visu gadu. Tāpēc brauciet un esiet kopā ar mums. Un rītdien, kad jūs iesiet gājienā, es gribu, lai jūs domājat par mums. Es gribu, lai jūs ņemat līdzi Ukrainas karogu un lai jūs parādat solidaritāti ar mums. Un es gribu, lai jūs atceraties, ka tad, kad jūs palīdzat Ukrainai, jūs palīdzat mūsu LGBT sabiedrībai izdzīvot un palikt dzīviem. Liels paldies!
Liels paldies! Ļoti grūti neraudāt tajā brīdī, kad tu stāstīji šo stāstu. Tiešām bija ļoti, ļoti grūti nokontrolēt savas emocijas šajā brīdī, kad mēs klausījāmies tevī. Un tas ir viskaistākie vārdi, ko mēs dzirdējām. Tiešām brīnišķīgi. So today's conference is at an end. Does Kaspar Zalic want to say anything? Okay, that's it. Now the informal part of the conference. Now we have the opportunity to celebrate Pride. We listened to Lenny that they can't really in Ukraine celebrate Pride, so let's keep Ukraine in our hearts and think about them and think about it today and tomorrow during the march. If you don't have anyone to walk with, invite your parents, your friends, your relatives, anyone. I hope you will celebrate difference and diversity, and I hope next year we will have this Pride on a different scale, and let's enjoy informal conversations and let's enjoy this Pride, and thank you to all supporters and sponsors.